Civilizations have always tried to leave their mark on the world, and in many cases, those marks come in the form of objects carved from stone, cast in metal, or etched into surfaces meant to last for eternity. Yet not everything that survives from the past fits neatly into the stories we are told about human progress. Across continents and cultures, there exist artifacts that seem to defy explanation. Some are so massive that their construction challenges our modern engineering, while others are so delicate and precise that they suggest tools and techniques far ahead of their time. These relics remind us that the past is not as simple as a timeline of gradual development. Instead, it is filled with leaps, mysteries, and sudden bursts of brilliance that continue to astonish us. What makes these discoveries even more fascinating is the way they appear in unexpected places. Buried deep in deserts, hidden within jungles, or resting in caves untouched for tens of thousands of years. Each one carries a story that refuses to fade, a question that resists easy answers. Tonight, we'll explore some of the most jaw-dropping artifacts ever unearthed, each inviting us to wonder just how much of history we have yet to uncover. The first impression is not of age, but of weight. Imagine entering a long stone corridor where the air feels heavy, not merely because of its underground enclosure, but because of what surrounds you. Enormous sarcophagi carved from black granite, each one so massive that even modern engineers pause in astonishment. These are not delicate relics or fragile ornaments of ancient Egypt. They are monoliths, some weighing more than 100 tons, resting deep beneath the sands at Saqqara. Their presence is immediate and undeniable, like the earth itself has been shaped into containers and placed in ordered ranks within the Serapeum. It is difficult to resist lingering on that sense of scale. In a time when most construction was bound by the strength of human muscle and the leverage of wooden beams, how could artisans cut, polish, and move such titanic blocks of stone? Even before considering their purpose, the sheer fact of their existence presses on the mind. Their surfaces are smooth, their corners precise, their lids fitted with astonishing accuracy. One does not simply stumble upon such mastery. It was intended, deliberate, and, most intriguingly, concealed for centuries beneath the desert. The Serapeum itself lies to the northwest of the step pyramid of Djoser, a site already layered with significance. Saqqara was no ordinary necropolis. It was the burial ground of kings, nobles, and sacred beings over thousands of years. Yet what set the Serapeum apart was its devotion not to pharaohs but to the Apis bull, a creature the Egyptians considered a living embodiment of divine power. When an Apis bull died, it was entombed with honors befitting royalty. What began as a single chamber in earlier dynasties grew, over centuries, into a labyrinth of corridors and side vaults. And it was within these vaults, during explorations in the 19th century, that archaeologists encountered the granite boxes. The man most closely tied to this rediscovery was Auguste Mariette, a French scholar whose curiosity was sparked by local accounts of ruins and statues emerging from the sands. In the year 1850, Mariette began a series of excavations at Saqqara. His work was grueling, carried out with limited tools and plagued by constant sand drifts. Yet persistence was rewarded. One passage led to another, and eventually his team broke into a vaulted chamber lined with sarcophagi of staggering proportions. Unlike the ornate painted coffins of nobles, these were austere, immense, and dark. The discovery would capture the imagination of both academics and the public, setting off debates that continue today. When you picture a sarcophagus, perhaps you think of something ornate, covered in hieroglyphs, depicting the journey of the soul through the afterlife. These granite giants, however, resist such expectations. Most are undecorated, their surfaces bare except for the occasional inscription added later. They do not attempt to charm the eye, but to impress by sheer form. This contrast raises questions. Were they ever meant to be seen, or was their secrecy part of the purpose? Why invest such immense labor into shaping them if they were destined to remain hidden in dark corridors where no sunlight would ever reach? Measurements alone convey part of the mystery. Each sarcophagus is around 13 feet long, 7 feet wide, and 11 feet tall. The lids themselves weigh more than a small car, sometimes dozens of tons in their own right. To carve them from granite, quarried far to the south at Aswan, demanded both precision and vision. The stones had to be transported over hundreds of miles, either dragged overland or floated down the Nile on barges engineered for the load. Once at Saqqara, they had to be lowered into subterranean passages already narrow and winding. Even imagining this process with cranes and modern vehicles inspires respect. To imagine it accomplished more than 2,000 years ago magnifies the sense of awe. One theory holds that these sarcophagi were designed as eternal vaults, not only to contain the remains of the Apis bulls, but to ensure their preservation against theft or desecration. Bulls were considered vital to the spiritual and agricultural prosperity of Egypt, and the continuity of their burial practices linked each generation to the divine order. Protecting their remains with granite boxes nearly impossible to move might have been seen as a sacred duty. Yet others question whether even this explanation justifies the extremes of effort. After all, smaller sarcophagi, also secure, would have sufficed. What need was there for such extravagance in size and weight? Scholars who study the Serapeum point out that the craftsmanship is more than functional. Surfaces are polished with a level of care rare even among Egyptian stonework. The angles are true, the interiors smooth. Some researchers have measured the corners with modern instruments and found tolerances nearly as precise as machine-cut stone. Was this precision merely symbolic, an expression of devotion, or did it serve a more practical role in rituals we no longer understand? There is also the matter of what the chambers looked like when first opened. Mariette found some boxes empty, their lids slightly askew, as if they had been looted long before his arrival. Others still contained remains, though often fragmentary. The bulls themselves had been mummified, wrapped, and prepared much like human nobility, placed within these monumental coffins as eternal offerings to the gods. Yet the combination of grandeur and simplicity, the plainness of the granite set against the sacredness of the contents, suggests a duality that resists easy explanation. Walking through the Serapeum today, visitors describe an atmosphere that feels less like a burial place and more like a gallery of impossible achievements. Each sarcophagus stands in its recess, commanding attention. The corridors stretch ahead, their walls cut into the living rock, creating an impression of permanence and inevitability. For some, the sheer improbability of the construction invites speculation about lost techniques or forgotten knowledge. For others, the site serves as a reminder that human determination, when driven by belief, can accomplish feats that seem beyond reach. One cannot discuss the Serapeum without addressing the question that often hovers in the background. How, precisely, were these sarcophagi made? Granite is notoriously difficult to work. It blunts copper tools, the kind Egyptians are known to have used, within moments. To cut and polish such massive blocks would require either harder materials or ingenious techniques. Evidence suggests they employed dolerite pounders, round stones harder than granite, used to chip and grind surfaces. Repeated thousands of times, this could slowly hollow and shape the stone. For polishing, sand and abrasive slurry may have been used, combined with countless hours of labor. While possible in theory, the scale of these boxes still challenges the imagination. Transportation is another puzzle. Some scholars argue that wooden sledges, lubricated with water or oil, could drag blocks across prepared paths. Others suggest rolling logs or even earthen ramps constructed for the purpose. The Nile offered a natural highway for long distances, but raising or lowering the stones into the underground vaults required planning that borders on the architectural genius displayed in pyramid building. The logistics of guiding a 100-ton sarcophagus through narrow passages remain a subject of debate. What is not debated is the effect these objects produce. They anchor the Serapeum in mystery, drawing visitors to speculate on meaning. Were they simply secure coffins, or symbols of divine permanence? Did they embody a philosophy about the immovable weight of life and death, or were they practical attempts to prevent disturbance of sacred remains? Each interpretation reflects more about the interpreter than about the stones themselves, which remain unmoved by centuries of questioning. In the larger history of Egypt, the Serapeum occupies a distinctive place. Unlike pyramids, which proclaimed their presence to the sky, The Serapeum concealed its treasures underground. Its grandeur is hidden rather than displayed. Its marvels revealed only when one makes the effort to descend. This choice speaks volumes about Egyptian thought. Not all monuments were built for public awe. Some were created for secrecy, for eternity, and for gods rather than men. Mariette's rediscovery in the 19th century brought these ideas into modern awareness. His writings describe both the exhilaration and the exhaustion of uncovering chamber after chamber. He documented inscriptions dedicated to the Apis bulls, some recording the reigns of pharaohs from the New Kingdom down to the Ptolemaic period. Through these records, we glimpse a continuity of practice spanning centuries, where successive rulers ensured the bulls were entombed with proper rites. The sarcophagi became, therefore, not only monuments to the animals, but also markers of dynastic faithfulness. Even so, there are hints of interruptions. Some corridors appear unfinished, their walls rough, as if construction halted abruptly. Were resources diverted, or did shifting beliefs alter the project's scope? These questions add another layer of intrigue. Just as the sarcophagi themselves resist complete explanation, so too does the history of their creation and use. For travelers who stand before them now, there is a sense of time compressed. The smooth granite, dark and dense, seems untouched by thousands of years. It does not crumble like sandstone, nor erode like softer limestone. It retains the sheen of its maker's tools, as though centuries have been brushed aside. This permanence contrasts with the impermanence of human memory. Dynasties have risen and fallen, languages have shifted, empires have dissolved, yet the sarcophagi remain. Perhaps that is the truest meaning of the Serapeum's granite boxes. They are less about what they contained than about what they represent. The capacity of humanity to reach beyond the ordinary, to attempt the improbable, and to embed belief into the very fabric of stone. They remind us that devotion can be measured not only in words and rituals, but in labor so immense it outlasts generations. And as one departs the Serapeum, the impression lingers. The desert above may change, winds may reshape dunes, but beneath the sands the granite giants rest. They require no explanation, for their presence is its own testament. Each sarcophagus remains, unyielding, like a heartbeat of stone resonating through the corridors of history. The stone lid does not simply rest above the tomb. It commands attention like an unfurled page from a story whose language remains partly concealed. Carved with astonishing intricacy, the sarcophagus cover of Kinich Janab Pakal stretches more than 12 feet in length, its surface alive with forms that challenge interpretation even centuries after it was sealed within the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque. Some see a ruler poised between life and death, descending into the underworld or rising into celestial realms. Others, with eyes shaped by modern imagination, discern something entirely different. A man seated within a capsule, manipulating levers, his figure encased in what resembles a machine. In this way, the stone becomes more than a funerary object. It becomes a mirror reflecting the hopes, doubts, and creativity of every age that gazes upon it. Unlike many relics, the lid did not emerge into daylight by chance. Its rediscovery was the result of persistence. In the year 1948, Mexican archaeologist Alberto Ruz Luillier directed excavations at the Temple of the Inscriptions, one of Palenque's grandest structures. At first glance, the pyramid appeared like many others of the Maya, a stepped monument rising above the Chiapas jungle. Yet Ruz suspected that its true significance was hidden within. After years of clearing debris and carefully tracing stairways, his team broke through a sealed passage that descended deep into the heart of the temple. The air was damp, the path narrow, and every step carried them further into mystery. At the base, after removing a great slab, they found a burial chamber, and within it, the sarcophagus of Pakal. The ruler interred here, Kinich Janab Pakal, often called Pakal the Great, was one of Palenque's most powerful leaders, reigning for nearly 70 years from the year 615 until his death in the year 683. Under his rule, Palenque flourished, transforming from a modest city into one of the jewels of the Maya world. Temples, palaces, and aqueducts rose under his vision, yet his burial monument eclipsed them all in both grandeur and mystery. For sealed within the tomb, alongside offerings and ornaments, lay the sarcophagus with its lid unlike any other in Mesoamerican archaeology. The design is dense with symbolism. At its center lies Pakal himself, portrayed as reclining, his body at an angle suggesting transition. Beneath him yawns the maw of a great serpent or underworld creature, jaws open to receive. Above him rises the world tree, the axis that unites heaven, earth, and the realms below. Surrounding the scene are celestial motifs, stars, the sun, the moon, and glyphs that speak of cycles far beyond one lifetime. To the Maya, this was a vision of cosmic order, the king's death woven into the eternal fabric of time. Pakal was not simply passing away, he was journeying into the mythic structure that sustained existence. Yet when modern observers first saw the lid, their imaginations often leapt elsewhere. In the 1960s, writers like Erich von Däniken popularized the idea that the carving depicted a figure seated in a spacecraft. He described the ruler as if bent forward, hands grasping controls, feet upon pedals, flames emerging beneath him. In this interpretation, the tomb lid was not symbolic art, but a literal record of contact with advanced beings, or of technology lost to history. The image spread widely, appearing in books and documentaries, igniting debates about ancient astronauts and forgotten civilizations. Archaeologists, however, emphasize context. The Maya worldview was saturated with cycles of death and rebirth, with rulers cast as intermediaries between the gods and their people. To them, Pakal's image aligns with broader traditions, the king descending into Xibalba, the underworld, to be reborn among the stars. The machine is the cosmic tree, the flames are the stylized jaws of the underworld. What looks like levers and pedals to modern eyes were sacred motifs to the Maya. Still, the fact that the carving invites multiple readings is part of its fascination. Few artifacts so vividly display the way cultural lenses shape interpretation. The chamber itself deepens the mystery. Ruz reported that the walls were lined with stucco reliefs, depicting ancestors welcoming Pakal into the afterlife. The sarcophagus was surrounded by offerings, jade, shells, ceramics, each symbolizing aspects of power and continuity. When the lid was lifted, Pakal's body was found adorned with a jade mosaic mask, beads, and rings. The jade was not chosen at random. For the Maya, it embodied breath and life, the very essence of vitality. By covering the ruler in jade, they ensured his eternal renewal. Yet the body had suffered from centuries of moisture, and much was fragile. Still, the impression was indelible. This was no ordinary burial, but the culmination of ritual meant to bind Pakal to cosmic cycles. The Temple of the Inscriptions itself stands as a testament to the ambition of his reign. Rising in 9 tiers, it mirrors the 9 levels of the Maya underworld. Its name comes from panels inscribed with over 600 glyphs, one of the longest known Maya texts, chronicling history and prophecy alike. These inscriptions do not describe spacecraft or machines but the lineage of rulers, the cycles of time, and the sacred role of kingship. Within this framework, the lid's imagery fits naturally. It is not an anomaly, but the climax of a narrative stretching across stone, ritual, and myth. Even so, the allure of alternative interpretations remains. The human mind is drawn to patterns, and in Pakal's posture, reclining, angled, hands outstretched, there is something uncanny. It recalls modern postures, not ancient ones. To some, this suggests coincidence too striking to ignore. To others, it is simply evidence of how easily modern perspectives impose themselves upon the past. Whichever view one holds, the lid forces confrontation with questions larger than archaeology. How do we know what we know, and how much of the past is constructed by our own projections? Consider for a moment the skill required to create the lid itself. Carved from a single block of limestone, its surface spans more than 20 square feet. The artisans worked with stone tools, using chisels and abrasives to incise details of feathers, flames, and glyphs. Each line required not only labor, but precision, for errors could not easily be undone. The result is a composition dense yet balanced, its elements arranged to guide the eye from the underworld below, through the figure of Pakal, up toward the heavens above. It is both a narrative and a diagram, a map of the cosmos rendered in stone. When viewed in dim light, the carving seems almost to move. The serpent's jaws open wider, the tree stretches higher, the figure shifts between falling and ascending. The lid does not dictate a single reading. It invites contemplation, offering layers upon layers of meaning. In this way, it operates much like Maya cosmology itself, fluid, cyclical, resistant to linear explanation. To reduce it to either spacecraft or symbolism alone is to miss its essence, which is multiplicity. Roos's discovery also reshaped understanding of Maya architecture. Before the tomb was uncovered, scholars did not suspect that such elaborate burials could lie within pyramids. They believed the temples were primarily ceremonial platforms. The revelation that a true crypt existed within Palenque's pyramid transformed perceptions, leading to further explorations at other sites. Suddenly, pyramids were no longer hollow monuments but potential repositories of royal remains and cosmic narratives. Over the decades since, Pakal's sarcophagus lid has traveled far beyond its chamber in cultural imagination. Replicas have been cast, images reproduced in books, posters, and museums. Tourists stand in awe before it in Palenque, where the chamber remains open to limited visitors. For Mexico, it has become a symbol not only of Maya heritage, but of national identity, a reminder of civilizations that flourished long before European arrival. For others, it continues to spark speculation about lost knowledge, blending archaeology with myth in ways both controversial and captivating. The question of Pakal's age at death has also intrigued researchers. Early studies suggested he lived into his 80s or 90s, remarkable for the time. Some argued this longevity contributed to his deification. Later examinations of his skeletal remains suggested a younger age, perhaps 40. The debate illustrates the challenges of interpreting fragile evidence. Even within the chamber itself, certainty can slip away, leaving only possibilities. But perhaps that is fitting. For Pakal's lid, more than most artifacts, resists definitive answers. Its power lies not in resolution but in ambiguity. It allows one to stand at the threshold between worlds, between archaeology and imagination, between symbolism and speculation. To some, it is an artifact of cosmic myth. To others, it is a message from stars. To all, it is a reminder of the depths of human creativity, the ability to carve eternity into stone. As one gazes upon it, the jungle hums outside, reminding that this city, once vibrant with ceremony and power, eventually fell to silence, its temples swallowed by vines. Yet within that silence, the lid remained, waiting. And when uncovered, it did what few artifacts can. It spoke simultaneously to past and present, to faith and fantasy, to science and story. And so, the sarcophagus lid of Palenque remains where stone, history, and imagination converge. It tells a tale not fully knowable, a vision that belongs as much to us as to those who carved it. And though its chamber is dim and its air heavy with age, the lid shines bright in memory, carrying its layered meanings forward, where another wonder awaits beyond its shadow. If you pick up a fragment of stone at Pumapunku, you will quickly notice something unusual. It is not just heavy, not just ancient. Its surfaces are so unnaturally flat that they resemble the cut edges of modern masonry. Some bear grooves so straight and deep they appear as though made by machinery. Others form precise angles that meet as if guided by instruments far more advanced than simple chisels. Among these scattered ruins on the Bolivian plateau lies a collection of blocks shaped like the letter H, each one carved with recesses and protrusions that seem designed to fit together like parts of a larger system. The effect is unsettling, not because the stones are vast, but because they are exact. Pumapunku rests more than 12,000 feet above sea level, on ground swept by wind and thin air near Lake Titicaca. The environment is harsh, the winters biting, the summers dry, yet here an ancient culture created one of the most technically sophisticated monuments in South America. The complex forms part of the broader site of Tiwanaku, once the heart of an empire that stretched across the Andes. While Tiwanaku's monumental gateway of the sun and vast plazas tell a story of grandeur, Pumapunku speaks in a different voice. Its scattered blocks invite not awe in scale, but amazement in detail. Each H-block weighs several tons, yet bears fine cuts, slots, and edges that lock with their neighbors as if crafted for assembly lines rather than ritual plazas. The sheer craftsmanship provokes a question that has fascinated scholars for over a century. How did the builders achieve such precision? Andesite and sandstone are hard materials, resistant to shaping by the tools typically available in pre-Columbian times. Copper chisels blunt quickly against such stone. Bronze, which was known in the Andes, fares little better. The idea of creating clean 90-degree angles, parallel grooves, and tight interlocking joints with only hammerstones and patience feels almost impossible. And yet, the blocks are here, undeniable, each one evidence of technique that strains against our assumptions of ancient craftsmanship. Archaeologists propose that the builders relied on dolerite hammerstones combined with sand and water to polish surfaces. They may have used ropes and straight edges to guide lines and abrasives to grind grooves into place. With enough time and labor, such feats become possible. But others argue that the uniformity is too perfect, the repetition too consistent. In this view, Pumapunku hints at knowledge of tools or methods now lost. The debate is not merely about mechanics, but about imagination. What should we allow ourselves to believe ancient peoples could accomplish, and what do we assume lies beyond their reach? Accounts of Pumapunku's past are clouded by centuries of collapse and abandonment. Spanish chroniclers in the 16th century wrote of vast ruins already broken, their purpose forgotten. Local traditions claimed the site was built by giants or by gods in a single night. For the Aymara people who inhabit the region, these stones were never just architecture, they were imbued with myth and reverence. When archaeologists began systematic study in the 19th century, they encountered not intact structures but fields of toppled blocks, many shifted by earthquakes, looters, or the passage of time. Reconstructing what the site once looked like is a challenge, and the H-blocks in particular present a puzzle. Their interlocking design suggests they once formed walls or terraces, but no one can agree on the full pattern. Were they part of a temple, a platform, or something whose function eludes us entirely? Modern surveys have shown that the blocks follow proportional systems based on precise measurements. Some scholars suggest a standard unit of length was used, allowing the builders to replicate dimensions across multiple stones. This would imply a high level of planning and coordination, more like engineering than improvisation. The Tiwanaku culture, which thrived between the 5th and 12th centuries, certainly possessed organizational power, as evidenced by their vast agricultural networks and influence over distant valleys. Yet Pumapunku still seems to exceed even that. While other Tiwanaku structures impress by scale, none rival Pumapunku's refinement. The choice of material adds to the intrigue. Red sandstone, quarried 10 miles away, provided much of the bulk. But the finely worked H-blocks are made of grey andesite, sourced from across Lake Titicaca, nearly 50 miles from the site. Transporting multi-ton stones across water and rough terrain at such altitude would have required ingenuity. Scholars suggest reed boats may have carried them across the lake, then dragged them with ropes, sledges, and manpower across the plain. It is conceivable, yet daunting. Each block, once delivered, then had to be shaped with such care that even today, masons pause at their quality. The precision is not just visual, it is functional. The interlocking designs would have created stability, allowing walls to resist earthquakes and weather. In an environment prone to seismic shifts, such engineering is practical as well as beautiful. The blocks show that the builders were not only artists but problem solvers, addressing natural challenges with structural innovation. It is a reminder that ancient knowledge often fused utility with symbolism. A wall could be both sacred and seismic resistant, a platform both ceremonial and durable. Walking through the site, one notices how the fragments lie scattered, as if some enormous force tore the complex apart. Some suggest an earthquake caused the collapse. Others argue for deliberate dismantling. Whatever the cause, the result is a field of disassembly where each stone lies exposed, revealing details that might have been hidden if the structure still stood. This accidental ruin provides modern visitors with an intimate view of craftsmanship. Slots, channels, and drilled holes, some less than a centimeter wide, all in blocks weighing several tons. The juxtaposition of size and delicacy is part of Pumapunku's magic. Debates about the site often drift toward the speculative. Popular writers have suggested machines, lost civilizations, or even visitors from beyond the Earth. The H blocks, in their regularity, resemble prefabricated components. The idea that they might have been mass-produced for assembly sparks imaginations used to industrial analogies. Yet to archaeologists, such claims distract from the true wonder that human hands, guided by vision and persistence, achieved feats that still command respect. Belief in extraordinary skill requires no appeal to mysteries outside human capacity. The real enigma lies in how much was forgotten when Tiwanaku collapsed, leaving us only fragments of its knowledge. Excavations at the site have revealed that Pumapunku was not isolated. It formed part of a greater ceremonial landscape, aligned with celestial events and integrated into Tiwanaku's urban plan. The complex likely served as a place of ritual gatherings, perhaps initiation ceremonies or offerings tied to agricultural cycles. The precision of its blocks may have carried symbolic weight, reflecting a cosmology where order triumphed over chaos. In this sense, the H blocks were not merely structural, they were metaphors carved in stone. Their interlocking nature symbolized connection, unity, and permanence, concepts central to Tiwanaku ideology. The decline of Tiwanaku around the 12th century remains a mystery. Climate change, prolonged drought, and political fragmentation all likely played roles. By the time the Inca expanded across the Andes in the 15th century, Pumapunku was already a ruin. Yet the Inca themselves regarded Tiwanaku as sacred, integrating its myths into their own origin stories. They claimed their ancestors emerged from the waters of Lake Titicaca near Tiwanaku, binding their empire to the prestige of the older site. For them, Pumapunku was not a curiosity, but a legacy, proof of divine origins. Today, standing before an H block, you may notice how your hand runs smoothly along its flat plane, then dips into recesses carved with almost mathematical precision. The feeling is unlike touching a jagged ruin. It is like tracing the edge of an idea too complex to articulate. Each groove suggests intention. Each slot hints at design. The puzzle lies not only in how it was made, but in what it meant to those who shaped it. Did they see themselves joining human effort with cosmic order? Did they imagine their work as eternal, immune to time? Or were they, like us, caught between practical needs and visionary dreams? The H blocks, for all their intricacy, are also fragments. They remind us that history often reaches us incomplete. We hold pieces without the whole, marvel at details without knowing the design. Pumapunku is not merely a ruin, it is an unfinished sentence in stone. Its power lies in what it withholds as much as in what it reveals. Even after decades of study, the site resists closure. Surveys with modern technology, including 3D scanning, continue to map the blocks, hoping to reconstruct their original arrangement. Archaeologists carefully catalogue each groove and recess, searching for patterns. Yet the more data collected, the more possibilities arise. Was it a raised platform, a gateway, a series of interlocking terraces? The stones remain mute, offering form without explanation. What is certain is that Pumapunku exemplifies the human drive to push beyond limitation. At 12,000 feet, in a land of thin air and unforgiving climate, ancient builders transported, carved, and assembled stones with care equal to any architectural tradition. They left behind not legends carved into scrolls, but blocks whose precision speaks across centuries. The H blocks do not tell us their purpose, but they show us that purpose existed, that vision guided hand, that meaning was inscribed not with words, but with geometry. As the sun sets over the Altiplano, the stones cast long lines across the ground. Wind sweeps over them, carrying the sounds of the plateau, yet the blocks remain unchanged, patient. To the modern visitor, they appear like the remnants of a project paused, waiting to be resumed. To the ancients, they were the culmination of skill and faith. To us, they are both puzzle and poem, a reminder that history does not always explain itself. The Pumapunku H blocks, scattered yet enduring, remain among the most compelling enigmas of ancient engineering. They challenge our assumptions, sharpen our sense of wonder, and remind us that the boundary between possible and impossible often shifts with perspective. They are not simply stones, they are questions set in place, awaiting answers that may never fully come. Yet their presence is enough, a legacy carved at the roof of the world, drawing us onward to whatever marvel lies ahead, unseen for now but waiting, as all mysteries do, to be encountered in its own time. What catches the eye on the ceiling beams of Seti I's temple at Abydos is not their age, though they are over 3,000 years old, nor even their survival after so many centuries of shifting sands and changing dynasties. It is the peculiar shapes, outlines that, to modern observers, bear an uncanny resemblance to machines that should not exist in the world of ancient Egypt. A form that looks like a helicopter hovers beside another that resembles a submarine. Just beyond, one can make out what appears to be a tank, and another that calls to mind an airplane with wings spread wide. They appear casual, almost playful, yet they are carved into stone that was meant to be permanent, placed above one of Egypt's most sacred sanctuaries. These are the so-called Abydos reliefs, found within the temple of Seti I, father of Ramesses II, one of Egypt's most celebrated pharaohs. Located in Upper Egypt, Abydos was already an ancient city when Seti built his temple there in the 13th century before the Common Era. It was the traditional burial place of Osiris, god of the afterlife, and a site of pilgrimage for Egyptians across centuries. To carve a grand temple here was not only an act of devotion but of political legitimacy, tying Seti's reign to the most sacred myths of Egypt. The carvings that would later inspire endless speculation occupy a modest place within this vast structure. They are not at the center of the temple, not emblazoned on walls of triumph, but tucked along the architraves, where carved hieroglyphs were used to record titles and names. It was here that something unusual occurred. Not a vision of futuristic vehicles, but a layering of inscriptions, a palimpsest born of history itself. To understand the strange forms, one must first understand how the temple was constructed. Seti I began the temple during his reign, but his death left parts incomplete. His son, Ramesses II, continued the work. In many cases, this meant recarving and altering earlier inscriptions to reflect the new ruler's titles. Stone, unlike papyrus, could be repurposed. A glyph carved deeply could be filled, recut, or altered to display a new word. Over time, old names were replaced with new, creating a layered text where remnants of one carving overlapped another. In most cases, the changes were seamless. But at Abydos, in a particular section, the overlap of Seti's inscriptions with those of Ramesses created shapes that seemed startlingly familiar to modern eyes. The phenomenon is accidental. A cartouche reading one title was partially erased, then overwritten with another. The combination produced outlines that, to someone living in the 20th or 21st century, resemble helicopters, submarines, and airplanes. The resemblance is compelling precisely because it is coincidental. Where one line was chiseled away and another added, the combination mimics machinery unknown to antiquity, yet coincidence does not diminish fascination. For many who first saw photographs of the Abydos reliefs in the late 20th century, the idea that Egyptians might have possessed knowledge of flying machines or submarines seemed irresistible. Books on ancient astronauts and hidden technologies seized on the images as proof of lost science. Posters, documentaries, and websites spread the photographs, usually cropped to emphasize the most machine-like forms. The carvings became icons of mystery, as famous in alternative history circles as the Nazca lines of Peru or the crystal skulls of Mesoamerica. Archaeologists and Egyptologists, however, point out that the broader context reveals the ordinary nature of the carvings. When the full section of the beam is viewed, it is clear that hieroglyphs have been reworked, their shapes half erased and overwritten. Photographs taken at different angles, under changing light, show the layers clearly. Inscriptions naming Seti can be traced beneath those added by Ramesses. What looks like a helicopter rotor is the upper line of one glyph meeting the lower curve of another. What resembles the nose of an airplane is the eroded remnant of a title joined to a later stroke. To experts, the carvings are simply a palimpsest of dynastic succession. Still, the appeal of the reliefs lies not in their prosaic explanation, but in the way they invite wonder. Human perception is tuned to recognize patterns, and once a shape suggests a familiar form, the mind cannot help but fill in the rest. Just as one sees animals in clouds or faces on weathered cliffs, here the eye conjures modern machines from overlapping lines of ancient script. The phenomenon is known as pareidolia, and it reminds us that meaning is not always embedded in the object itself, but arises in the act of seeing. The temple of Seti I deserves attention beyond this single curiosity. It is one of Egypt's finest monuments, renowned for the quality of its reliefs and the delicacy of its carving. The walls depict elaborate scenes of ritual, battles, and offerings, rendered with a refinement that many Egyptologists consider the pinnacle of New Kingdom art. The temple also contains the famous Abydos king list, a chronological register of 76 rulers stretching back into myth, including names omitted elsewhere in Egyptian records. It is a treasure trove of history, theology, and artistry. Yet for the broader public, it is the odd cluster of shapes on a ceiling beam that has captured imagination. To stand beneath those beams is to confront the tension between history and imagination. On one hand, the explanation is clear: overlapping inscriptions, carved centuries apart by artisans following orders of kings. On the other, the resemblance to helicopters and planes is undeniable to modern eyes. This duality fuels debate. Is it enough to dismiss the resemblance as coincidence, or should we allow that our fascination itself is part of the story, that the reliefs, whatever their origin, now carry meanings beyond what their makers intended? The reliefs also highlight how history is never fixed, but constantly rewritten. Just as Ramesses recarved Seti's inscriptions, we too overwrite the past with our interpretations. Each generation brings its own lens. To Seti, the hieroglyphs declared his divine titles. To Ramesses, they were an opportunity to assert his own supremacy. To us, they spark fantasies of advanced technology or extraterrestrial contact. The stone does not change, but its meaning multiplies. Consider how the reliefs were first publicized. In the early 20th century, photographs circulated among scholars, but the images remained niche. Only with the rise of popular books on lost civilizations in the 1960s and 70s did the carvings leap into public imagination. By then, helicopters, submarines, and airplanes had become symbols of modernity and power. To see them in ancient stone seemed to collapse time, joining the technological present with the mythic past. The reliefs became less about Egypt and more about us, about our desire to find ourselves reflected in antiquity. The phenomenon is not unique to Abydos. Inscriptions across Egypt bear traces of alteration, where one ruler erased another's name, or where religious changes demanded new symbols. The practice was common, part of the cycle of power, yet few such palimpsests happen to produce forms that align so neatly with modern machines. Abydos stands out not because the practice was rare, but because the coincidence was remarkable. There is also a deeper lesson here about the nature of monuments. Temples were never static. They were living spaces of ritual, constantly modified by successive generations. A wall begun under one pharaoh might be completed under another, its imagery adjusted to match shifting theology. In this sense, the Abydos reliefs are not anomalies, but perfect expressions of Egyptian tradition. Monuments layered with meaning, changing with time, reflecting the ongoing dialogue between rulers, priests, and gods. When visitors arrive at Abydos today, they pass through halls of exquisite artistry, scenes of gods embracing kings, processions of offerings, delicate figures painted in soft hues. Then, at last, they tilt their heads upward to glimpse the infamous shapes. Some smile, some marvel, some debate their significance. The guidebooks explain the palimpsest, yet the imagination resists closure. Perhaps that is the relief's greatest gift, not certainty, but wonder. For Egyptologists, the reliefs are reminders of how fragile inscriptions can be. Stone seems permanent, yet chisel marks can be erased, altered, blurred by erosion. A single line changed can transform a title into a strange hybrid. Over millennia, such changes accumulate, creating texts that no longer align neatly with intention. The Abydos reliefs show us how history, like stone, is layered and imperfect. The debate around the reliefs also underscores the importance of context. Photographs cropped tightly around the shapes strip away the larger frame. Without context, the carvings look like isolated depictions of machines. Within context, they are clearly fragments of rewritten hieroglyphs. Interpretation shifts with perspective, a lesson that applies not only to Egyptology but to all study of the past. Yet dismissing the alternative theories outright risks missing something valuable. The fascination with helicopters and submarines carved in ancient stone speaks to a broader yearning, to connect our modern world with the mysteries of antiquity, to imagine that we are not the first to dream of flight or exploration beneath the waves. Whether or not such connections are real, the longing they reveal is genuine. The reliefs remind us that archaeology is not only about what happened, but about what people believe could have happened. Seti I could not have imagined helicopters. Ramesses II could not have foreseen submarines. Yet in layering their inscriptions, they inadvertently created images that centuries later would ignite imaginations. This serendipity demonstrates the unpredictable life of artifacts. What begins as one thing, a name, a title, a declaration of kingship, becomes another across time. Meaning is never finished. The Abydos reliefs remain etched in stone, but their legacy lies in the conversations they spark. They are a meeting point of archaeology and imagination, of fact and fantasy. Whether one sees them as machines, palimpsests, or curiosities, they remind us that the past is never wholly ours to command. It resists closure, leaving space for wonder, inviting questions that carry us beyond the beams of Abydos into the vast landscape of history's unanswered riddles. The temple itself continues to stand, weathered yet proud, its halls lined with the names of kings, its walls alive with ritual scenes. The helicopter and airplane shapes may be accidents, but they have become part of its identity, part of the story the temple tells. They are not the story Seti meant to write, nor the one Ramesses intended, but a new chapter layered upon their work by time and imagination alike. Leaving Abydos, one carries not only memories of the peculiar shapes, but of the larger truth they reveal, that monuments are not fixed. They shift, change, and acquire new meanings with each generation that encounters them. The reliefs teach us that history itself is a palimpsest, a layering of voices across time, where the past and present merge in unexpected forms. And as we move from the halls of Seti's temple into the broader journey of discovery, the lesson lingers, that stone can hold more than chisels carve, and that meaning, once born, can never be fully contained. Something else lies ahead, waiting to surprise, ready to remind us once more that the past is never finished speaking. The photograph that surfaced in the mid-20th century showed more than a relic. It showed a face. Cut from stone, colossal in scale, the figure gazed forward with an expression of calm detachment. Its features were smooth, straight, and, to many who first studied the image, startlingly out of place in Mesoamerica. The nose was narrow, the lips thin, the eyes deep set beneath a defined brow, traits that resembled European sculpture rather than the broad faces and full lips typically carved by Maya or Olmec artisans. The location was Guatemala, a land rich with pyramids, stelae, and stone monuments, yet nothing else in its archaeological record resembled this enigmatic head. The image quickly circulated among researchers and adventurers alike. Here was an artifact that defied expectations, a monument of a face that seemed foreign to its landscape. But unlike the stone heads of the Olmec, which were well documented and studied across Veracruz and Tabasco, the Guatemalan head remained elusive. No detailed survey, no thorough excavation, no secure context ever emerged. Instead, the story of the stone head grew from a single photograph, accompanied by accounts passed along by those who claimed to have visited the site. The first widely publicized reference came in the 1950s, when a Guatemalan landowner reportedly shared the image with researchers. He described the head as being more than 20 feet tall, carved from a single block of stone, and hidden within dense jungle. Unlike the warrior-like visages of Olmec heads with their helmets and broad noses, this face appeared serene, elongated, almost classical. Its orientation, according to reports, was toward the sky, as if watching something beyond the forest canopy. For those invested in the idea of lost civilizations, the implications were irresistible. Writers speculated that the head represented a vanished people, perhaps visitors from across the sea long before Columbus. Some suggested it was proof of pre-Columbian contact with Europeans or even Mediterranean cultures. Others went further, proposing it depicted an ancient traveler from beyond the earth. The lack of context only fueled speculation. Absence of detail left a void easily filled with imagination. Archaeologists, however, urged caution. Without excavation, without dating, without records of the site, the photograph alone could not prove authenticity. Some argued it might not even have been pre-Columbian at all. Guatemala, like many countries in the early 20th century, hosted landowners and foreign residents with the means to commission large sculptures. Could the head have been carved in modern times, perhaps as a decorative monument? Could weathering and overgrowth have lent it the aura of antiquity? The problem is that the original monument was reportedly damaged soon after the photograph came to light. Accounts describe soldiers using it for target practice, leaving the face scarred and unrecognizable. By the time researchers sought to verify the claims, the monument had been reduced to little more than a ruin. What might have been studied in detail was lost, leaving only the image to inspire questions. Yet, even if the head was authentic and ancient, its unusual features remain difficult to explain. The Olmec colossal heads, which date from around 900 to 400 before the Common Era, bear distinctly Mesoamerican features. Maya sculptures, dating centuries later, depict kings and gods with headdresses, ornaments, and stylized profiles. None match the elongated, European-like face of the Guatemalan head. Was it an anomaly, carved by a local artist experimenting with form? Was it the work of a culture not yet identified in the archaeological record? Or was it, as skeptics maintain, a modern creation mistaken for something older? The broader context of Guatemala complicates the matter. The region was home to extraordinary civilizations, the Maya foremost among them, whose cities flourished across the lowlands and highlands. Their artistry, recorded in stelae, murals, and ceramics, is among the most sophisticated of the ancient world. Yet the stone head seems disconnected from this tradition. If it were Maya, it would be unlike any other known example. If it were Olmec, its location would be unusually far from the heartland of that culture. Its very uniqueness challenges placement within established categories. The photograph itself became a subject of analysis. Some noted the smoothness of the features, suggesting erosion would have softened the lines if it were truly ancient. Others pointed to the lack of adornment, no headdress, no glyphs, no surrounding context, to anchor it in time or culture. Still others remarked on the scale, claiming that few known monuments in Guatemala matched its reported height. Without direct study, these questions remain speculative, debated endlessly without resolution. In the 1990s, the story resurfaced when explorers retraced reports of the head. They claimed to find remains of a large stone face in the jungle of Guatemala's La Democracia region. Photographs taken at that time, however, showed a head far less refined than the original image. Its features were crude, its scale smaller, its appearance more in line with local stone sculptures of the 20th century. Some concluded that the stone head of Guatemala was never more than a modern carving, romanticized into mystery by time and imagination. Yet others resist dismissal. They argue that the damaged ruin could have been the same head, degraded beyond recognition. They maintain that oral accounts of its existence predate modern speculation. They emphasize that not all mysteries fit neatly into categories, and that absence of evidence does not equal evidence of absence. For them, the stone head remains a tantalizing anomaly, a reminder that the jungle still conceals secrets, that history is more complex than textbooks suggest. Whether authentic or modern, the head has left its mark on the cultural imagination. It is cited in discussions of diffusionism, the theory that civilizations across the world shared contact long before recorded history. It appears in books on ancient astronauts, where the elongated features are interpreted as evidence of beings from beyond the Earth shaping human art. It emerges in debates about the reliability of photographs, the role of myth in archaeology, and the hunger people feel for artifacts that seem to bridge gaps in history. What makes the stone head compelling is not simply its form, but its ambiguity. If it were clearly Olmec, it would be catalogued and explained. If it were proven modern, it would be dismissed and forgotten. But its liminal status, credible enough to inspire curiosity, uncertain enough to resist closure, keeps it alive in discourse. It is less an artifact than a question carved in stone, asking us how we define authenticity, how we interpret images, and how much room we allow for possibility. Standing before the photograph, one notices the calm expression of the face. It is neither stern nor joyous, but tranquil, almost meditative. Its gaze is not fixed on the viewer, but directed upward, as though contemplating the sky. Whether intentional or coincidental, the orientation suggests aspiration, connection to realms beyond the jungle canopy. Perhaps this is why the head so easily inspires theories of foreign contact or celestial influence. It looks outward, not inward, drawing imagination with it. The Guatemalan jungle, dense and humid, is littered with ruins still hidden beneath vegetation. LiDAR surveys in recent years have revealed vast networks of Maya cities, causeways, and fortifications once invisible to the eye. In this context, the idea of a colossal head waiting to be rediscovered does not seem impossible. Even if the particular photograph proves misleading, the landscape itself remains capable of delivering surprises. The stone head, whether real or imagined, embodies this sense of latent discovery. For Guatemalans, the story of the head intersects with national identity. The country is rich in heritage, home to ancient sites like Tikal, Quirigua, and El Mirador, whose monumental pyramids rival anything in the world. Yet the narrative of the stone head has sometimes been appropriated by outsiders, used to suggest influences beyond native cultures, thereby diminishing local achievements. Archaeologists caution against such tendencies, reminding us that the civilizations of Mesoamerica were fully capable of producing wonders without external intervention. The head, they argue, should not overshadow the proven marvels already present in Guatemala's archaeological record. Still, the tale persists. It appears in articles, documentaries, and conversations about unexplained artifacts. It surfaces whenever people discuss anomalies, when they seek examples that resist assimilation into established frameworks. In this sense, the stone head of Guatemala has become more than a monument. It is a cultural phenomenon, a symbol of mystery itself, an emblem of the human desire to imagine possibilities beyond what evidence allows. The legacy of the stone head is paradoxical. On one hand, it may be no more than a modern carving, misinterpreted and magnified by rumor. On the other, it has captured imagination across decades, inspiring debate and speculation far beyond its probable origin. Its importance lies less in stone than in story. By confronting us with an image that seems both familiar and alien, it reveals how we project meaning onto the past, how we shape history as much as we study it. The photograph remains, its face calm, its gaze lifted. Whether it represents an ancient anomaly, a modern creation, or something between, it continues to invite curiosity. It challenges us to balance skepticism with wonder, caution with openness. Perhaps that balance is the true lesson of the stone head of Guatemala, that mysteries are not always meant to be solved, but to remind us that the past holds more questions than answers. As the image fades from view and the jungle closes in once more, the presence of that face lingers. It has already shaped conversations, inspired theories, and provoked debate. Whatever its origin, it has left its mark not only on stone but on imagination itself, guiding us onward toward the next mystery waiting beyond the clearing. In the soil of southeastern Turkey, among fragments of flint tools and animal bones, archaeologists uncovered something unexpected: fragments of human skulls carved with deliberate grooves. These were not ordinary marks of decay or the accidental chips of excavation. They were deep, straight incisions etched into bone with precision. Found at Gobekli Tepe, the world's oldest known monumental site, dating back more than 11,000 years, these skulls stand apart from all other discoveries there. They suggest rituals we cannot fully reconstruct, practices at the dawn of civilization that remind us how strange the past can be when viewed through the lens of modern expectation. Gobekli Tepe itself is extraordinary. Long before cities, long before metal, before written language, People gathered here to raise towering stone pillars arranged in circular enclosures. Each pillar was carved with reliefs of animals: lions, snakes, boars, vultures, and scorpions. The site predates Stonehenge by 6,000 years and the pyramids of Egypt by 7,000. It has reshaped our understanding of prehistory, revealing that hunter-gatherers could coordinate the construction of massive stone architecture without agriculture or centralized states. Yet amid these achievements of stonework, the carved skulls remind us that ritual did not stop at monuments. It extended into the most intimate material of all, the human body. The fragments were found during excavations in the early 21st century, led by the German Archaeological Institute. Researchers identified 3 skulls bearing distinctive incisions. The cuts ran vertically across the forehead, horizontally along the top, and in some cases clustered around drilled holes that may have allowed the skulls to be suspended with cords. Unlike marks left by defleshing or scalping, which tend to follow the natural contours of bone, these incisions were straight, deliberate, and unique to Gobekli Tepe. No comparable examples had been recorded from other Neolithic sites of the region. What purpose did they serve? The answer remains elusive, but possibilities abound. Some scholars propose that the grooves allowed cords to bind the skulls, perhaps for display. Others suggest they were part of rituals involving ancestor veneration, where skulls were curated, decorated, and presented within ceremonial spaces. In the Levant, sites like Jericho have revealed plastered skulls, human crania coated with plaster and shells to recreate lifelike faces. But Gobekli Tepe's carved skulls are different. They are not attempts to preserve identity, but to transform the skull into an object marked by sharp, symbolic lines. The fact that the skulls were found within layers associated with monumental enclosures deepens the mystery. Gobekli Tepe was not a settlement. There are no traces of houses, hearths, or daily domestic life. It was a gathering place, perhaps for seasonal rituals, feasting, or initiation ceremonies. The carved skulls may have been part of performances held in these stone circles, where the living engaged with the dead in ways that remain beyond our grasp. The context of the find also matters. The skull fragments were discovered among other human remains, including long bones showing signs of processing. Some suggest that bodies may have been defleshed, exposed, or otherwise treated as part of ritual practices. The grooves on the skulls, however, are not utilitarian. They are too precise, too conspicuous. They carry intention, and intention invites speculation. Were they marks of honor, scars inscribed upon the dead to signify power? Were they forms of humiliation, signs of defeat imposed upon enemies? Or were they something stranger, part of a symbolic system entirely alien to our own? One clue lies in the broader symbolic language of Gobekli Tepe. The pillars bear vultures in flight and headless human figures. In many early cultures, vultures were associated with sky burials, the exposure of bodies so that birds might consume the flesh, leaving bones to be collected later. The carved skulls may fit into this worldview, representing a stage in the cycle of death and rebirth. By marking the skulls with grooves, participants may have transformed them into ritual objects, bridging the boundary between life and afterlife. Another clue emerges from the drilled holes in some fragments. These suggest that cords were used to suspend the skulls, perhaps from posts or temple walls. Imagine entering an enclosure where massive stone pillars loomed, animals danced in relief across their surfaces, and from above hung human skulls marked with lines of power. The effect would have been unforgettable. Such a display could reinforce communal identity, reminding participants of ancestors, of victories, or of cosmic forces beyond comprehension. Yet the uniqueness of Gobekli Tepe's carved skulls remains striking. Other Neolithic sites in Anatolia and the Levant have yielded human remains with traces of ritual, but not like this. The grooves are singular, not part of a widespread tradition. This raises the possibility that Gobekli Tepe hosted a distinctive cult or practice, one that may have vanished when the site was abandoned around 8,000 years before the Common Era. In this sense, the skulls are glimpses into a forgotten ritual world, preserved only by chance. Scientific analysis has confirmed the mark's authenticity. Microscopic study reveals striations consistent with stone tools applied with consistent pressure. The cuts were not random scratches but deliberate incisions produced with control. The age of the bone fragments, confirmed by radiocarbon dating, aligns with the period of Gobekli Tepe's use. These are not modern forgeries or accidental markings. They are real, ancient, and intentional. The discovery forces us to rethink assumptions about the role of human remains in early societies. Too often, we imagine the past in terms of progress, people moving from simple burial to elaborate ritual, from crude practices to refined ceremonies. Gobekli Tepe reminds us that complexity has always defined human culture. 11,000 years ago, people were already engaging with death in ways as rich and nuanced as any later civilization. The carved skulls prove that ritual was not peripheral but central to human identity, shaping how people understood life, death, and the cosmos. They also raise questions about power. Who were the individuals whose skulls were carved? Were they revered leaders, transformed into symbols after death? Were they outsiders, taken as trophies in conflict? Or were they chosen for reasons we cannot imagine, their bones altered to embody meanings lost to time? The grooves do not answer these questions, they only sharpen them. To modern observers, the skulls evoke unease. There is something intimate about bone, something unsettling about altering it with tools. Yet to the people of Gobekli Tepe, such practices may have been sacred acts, ways of binding community together through shared encounters with mortality. The skulls may have been less about death than about connection to ancestors, to spirits, to cycles that stretched beyond one lifetime. Gobekli Tepe itself amplifies this sense of scale. The site's enclosures, with their towering T-shaped pillars, suggest a worldview where humans were dwarfed by cosmic forces. The pillars stand like guardians, their surfaces covered in animals that move with symbolic intent. In such a place, skulls inscribed with grooves would not seem morbid but appropriate, part of a landscape where life and death mingled in ritual expression. The grooves also invite comparison to writing. They are lines carved into material, carrying meaning, though the language is lost. In this sense, they may be among the earliest attempts at symbolic inscription on human remains, not words, but marks, not sentences, but statements. A reminder that long before clay tablets or papyrus, humans carved significance into stone and bone alike. Some scholars argue that the skulls may represent a form of ancestor cult, where the dead were not simply buried, but transformed into active participants in ritual life. Displaying carved skulls could reaffirm continuity, reminding the living that their community stretched across generations. Others propose that they were part of initiation rites, where participants confronted mortality directly, surrounded by skulls marked with symbols of passage. The truth may lie in some combination, or in something we cannot conceive. The fragments themselves are small, pieces of cranium, faces incomplete. Yet they carry immense weight because they hint at practices otherwise invisible. Most rituals leave no trace. Songs fade, dances vanish, gestures dissolve into air. Only in rare cases, when bone is carved or stone is raised, do we glimpse the performance of belief. The carved skulls of Gobekli Tepe are such glimpses, rare and fragile. The discovery has also prompted reflection on how we interpret the past. It is tempting to impose familiar categories: ancestor worship, trophy-taking, ritual sacrifice. But perhaps Gobekli Tepe resists these labels. Perhaps the carved skulls belong to a symbolic system that does not map onto later traditions. If so, then the best we can do is acknowledge their strangeness, their refusal to fit neatly into narrative. They remind us that the past is not a mirror of the present, but a realm with its own logic, often inaccessible. Yet even in strangeness, there is connection. To carve a skull is to grapple with mortality, to confront the boundary between flesh and bone, life and death. Across cultures and centuries, humans have sought to mark this boundary, whether by burial, cremation, preservation, or transformation. The carved skulls of Gobekli Tepe are part of this universal story, one chapter in humanity's long negotiation with the meaning of death. Visitors to the site today, standing before the reconstructed enclosures, may find it hard to imagine the role of skulls in ritual life. The pillars, rising against the Anatolian sky, dominate the landscape. Yet beneath their bases, within their fill, fragments of carved bone lay buried for millennia. They remind us that rituals at Gobekli Tepe were not abstract, they were embodied. They involved not only stone and animal but human remains. The sacred was inscribed into the very matter of human existence. The skulls also challenged the boundary between individual and community. Once carved, they ceased to be personal remains. They became objects of collective meaning, detached from individual identity. They were no longer someone's head, but a ritual symbol. This transformation reflects a worldview where the self could be subsumed into community, where death was not an end but a stage in communal performance. In their grooves lies the faintest outline of ceremony, hands holding flint tools, pressure applied to bone, cords threaded through drilled holes, skulls lifted into space. Perhaps chants accompanied the act, perhaps feasts surrounded it. We cannot know, but we can imagine the atmosphere of reverence, of intent, of human beings gathered together to mark death with ritual form. What lingers is the tension between fragility and permanence. Bone is delicate, easily broken, easily lost. Yet when carved, it carries meaning across thousands of years. The grooves of Gobekli Tepe remind us that even the most fragile material can hold stories, if only fragments, if only hints. The carved skulls may never yield full explanation, but their very ambiguity ensures their importance. They demand humility in the face of prehistory, reminding us that the origins of ritual are not simple, not linear, not bound by categories we impose. They are as complex and varied as humanity itself. Gobekli Tepe will continue to offer revelations, pillars, carvings, artifacts yet to be uncovered, but the skulls occupy a unique place within its story. They are not monumental in size, not elaborate in decoration, yet they are intimate, direct, carved into what was once living bone. They remind us that ritual begins with the body, with mortality, with the shared experience of life and death. As we leave the carved skulls behind, their grooves remain etched not only in bone, but in imagination. They stand as proof that even at the dawn of monumental building, people sought to inscribe meaning into the very remains of their dead. Whatever the rituals meant, they carried weight enough to be remembered, if only in fragments, across 11 millennia. And with that memory carried forward, we move on, aware that another wonder lies ahead, waiting to reveal how humanity's earliest experiments with meaning left behind traces that still unsettle and inspire. During the turmoil of 1933, a bridge was being built across the Songhua River in northeast China. Among the workers was a man who uncovered something extraordinary, a massive human skull unlike any he had ever seen. Fearing that the occupying authorities might seize it, he wrapped the find and lowered it into an abandoned well for safekeeping. There it remained hidden, untouched, for more than 8 decades. Only in recent years did the skull re-emerge, and when scientists studied it, they realized it was one of the most important fossil discoveries of the past century. The specimen came to be known as the Harbin skull, after the city near where it was found. Others called it Dragon Man, borrowing from Heilongjiang, the Black Dragon River province. Whatever the name, its significance was immediately clear. Larger than most Homo sapiens skulls, remarkably well preserved and dated to at least 146,000 years ago, it represented a branch of humanity previously unknown. Its discovery has since reshaped how scientists view the human family tree. The skull's sheer dimensions set it apart. Measuring nearly 9 inches in length and more than 6 inches in width, it dwarfs many other human fossils. Its cranial vault is long and low, capped by an imposing brow ridge that sweeps across the forehead like a ledge of bone. Yet beneath this archaic feature lies a face surprisingly delicate. Relatively flat cheekbones, large but gently rounded orbits, and a broad mouth. The combination feels contradictory, robustness paired with refinement, power matched with subtlety. This mosaic of traits has confounded easy classification, making Dragon Man one of the most enigmatic members of the human lineage. Estimations of its brain capacity suggest around 1,400 cubic centimeters, roughly equal to or greater than the average for modern humans. Such a volume implies considerable cognitive ability, even if we cannot know how it was expressed. Did Dragon Man's people create art? Did they bury their dead with ritual? Did they sing, dance, or craft symbolic objects? The fossil alone cannot answer these questions, but its size leaves little doubt that their intellectual world was rich and complex. Dating the skull places it deep within the Middle Pleistocene, a time when multiple human species coexisted. Neanderthals thrived in Europe, Denisovans ranged across parts of Asia, and early Homo sapiens were emerging in Africa. Dragon Man lived in that crowded landscape, a participant in the wider story of humanity's branching and mingling. Genetic evidence from other fossils shows that interbreeding was common, with Neanderthals, Denisovans, and modern humans exchanging DNA. Dragon Man may represent one of those ghost lineages, groups whose physical remains are scarce, but whose genetic imprint lingers in us today. Some scientists argue that Dragon Man is Denisovan, the elusive population identified through DNA from a Siberian cave and a Tibetan jawbone. Denisovans were genetically distinct from both Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, yet close enough to interbreed. Their legacy survives in the genomes of modern populations, especially among peoples of Asia and Oceania. If Dragon Man is Denisovan, the Harbin skull would provide the first complete face of this mysterious species. Others caution that without ancient DNA from the skull itself, the link remains uncertain. Until genetic sequencing is possible, the classification remains debated. Another school of thought proposes Dragon Man as a new species, Homo longi, from the Chinese word long, meaning dragon. This naming emphasizes its distinctiveness, a fossil with features not easily matched to any known species. Supporters argue that the blend of archaic and modern traits justifies recognition of a new branch of humanity. Detractors worry that such naming fragments the human story too much, creating divisions where there may only be variation within populations. The discussion reflects a deeper truth. Evolution is not linear or tidy, but tangled, with overlapping groups whose identities resist neat categories. The discovery highlights the role of chance in science. The skull survived not only thousands of years in the earth, but also the chaos of war, political upheaval, and decades of obscurity. Only by luck did it resurface in the hands of scientists. How many other fossils remain hidden in collections, caves, or forgotten wells, waiting for rediscovery? Dragon Man reminds us that the story of humanity is incomplete, shaped as much by what is found as by what is still missing. Holding the Harbin skull, or even standing before a replica, provokes a sense of encounter. Its brow ridges are heavy, almost architectural, while the face carries a quiet dignity. The orbits are vast, the palate broad, the jaw strong, yet nothing about it feels alien. Instead, it feels strangely familiar, as though meeting a relative from a branch of the family tree long cut off, but still recognizably kin. That familiarity unsettles, reminding us that humanity has never been singular. The cultural significance of its naming also deserves reflection. Linking the fossil to the dragon, a revered symbol in Chinese tradition, connects the find not only to science but to heritage. The dragon represents power, wisdom, and longevity. To name this ancient skull after such a symbol anchors it within the broader story of human meaning. It transforms the fossil from an isolated specimen into part of a cultural continuum. Dragon Man also reorients the map of human evolution. For much of the 20th century, attention focused on Africa and Europe, where fossils of Homo sapiens and Neanderthals dominated discussion. Asia, though vast, was often treated as peripheral. The Harbin skull changes that. It shows that Asia was not a quiet backdrop, but a central stage where human diversity flourished. The region likely hosted multiple populations, some related to Denisovans, some perhaps closer to us, some now lost entirely. The discovery underscores that our species' story is not confined to one continent but woven across the globe. The sheer size of Dragon Man's head invites speculation about his stature. Reconstructions suggest a tall, powerful figure, possibly exceeding 6 feet, with a muscular build to match the skull's robustness. Such a body would have been well suited to the cold northern climate of Pleistocene China. Yet size is only one dimension of identity. What matters more is the capacity inside the skull, the mind that inhabited it. Here the fossil remains silent, offering no direct evidence of culture, language, or imagination. Still, its brain volume alone suggests potential equal to our own. The Harbin skull also forces reflection on the fragility of knowledge. For decades it lay hidden, unstudied, while theories of human evolution evolved without it. What if it had been lost entirely? Our picture of the past would remain narrower, our assumptions less challenged. Each fossil discovery alters the map of ancestry, and each loss leaves a permanent gap. Dragon Man's survival through war, secrecy, and time feels almost miraculous, a reminder of how precarious our understanding of history truly is. Speculation about interbreeding adds another layer of intrigue. Genetic studies show that modern East Asian populations carry traces of Denisovan DNA. If Dragon Man is Denisovan, then his lineage still walks among us, woven into living genomes. If he represents another, as yet unknown branch, then his people may also have contributed to who we are. The idea that we carry pieces of Dragon Man in our bloodlines transforms him from a fossil into part of ourselves, a reminder that ancestry is not distant, but intimate. The debate over classification will likely continue for decades. Scientists weigh measurements, compare features, and run models, but fossils rarely align neatly. Some emphasize similarities to Denisovans, others stress unique traits. Perhaps the truth is both, that Dragon Man belongs to a population closely related to Denisovans, yet distinct enough to merit its own name. Such ambiguity reflects the messy reality of evolution, where lines blur and categories fail. For those who gaze into the hollow orbits of the skull, the impression lingers. It is not merely a relic, but a presence, a reminder that humanity has always been more diverse than we knew. Dragon Man does not diminish our uniqueness but enriches it, showing that we are part of a family larger and stranger than once imagined. His skull tells us that the past still holds secrets, that history is not finished, and that wonder lies in what remains undiscovered. The Harbin skull rests today not in a well, but in a museum, preserved as part of the shared heritage of humankind. It no longer hides in secrecy, but invites study, speculation, and awe. Each groove of bone, each curve of brow, each hollow of orbit carries across nearly 150,000 years to meet us. It tells of a human who lived, who breathed, who belonged to a world both alien and familiar. Dragon Man will continue to reshape discussions of our origins. Whether Denisovan, Homo longi, or another name yet to be agreed upon, his skull forces humility. It reminds us that the story of humanity is unfinished, that each discovery changes the narrative, and that we must remain open to complexity. Evolution is not a straight path, but a branching tree, and Dragon Man is one of its most compelling branches yet revealed. In the end, what matters is not the label, but the lesson. Dragon Man shows us that the past is richer than we imagine, that surprises still await, and that each fossil is a messenger carrying fragments of forgotten worlds. The Harbin skull is not just bone, it is a story carved by time, carried forward through secrecy, and finally revealed. The face of Dragon Man looks out across millennia with quiet strength. It has no words, yet it speaks of kinship, of diversity, of mystery. Its rediscovery is both an ending and a beginning, a chapter closed by burial in a well, reopened by study in a laboratory. What lies ahead, beyond this skull, will bring new questions, new challenges, and new marvels to the unfolding tale of who we are. A small clay figure rests in a museum case in Japan, yet its appearance is anything but ordinary. The body is squat, the proportions stylized, but what commands attention are the eyes, large, bulging ovals that dominate the face like goggles. Around the body, incised lines and raised patterns trace shapes that look, to modern viewers, like straps, seams, or pieces of a suit. The effect is uncanny, as though the figure depicts not a villager of prehistoric Japan, but something altogether different. These are the Dogu figurines of the Jomon period, artifacts whose strange features continue to puzzle scholars and spark speculation even after thousands of years. The Jomon culture flourished in Japan from around 14,000 before the Common Era to 300 before the Common Era, one of the longest continuous prehistoric traditions in the world. Named after the cord-marked pottery that characterizes their ceramics, the Jomon people lived as hunter-gatherers and early cultivators, developing increasingly complex societies over millennia. Their settlements left behind pit dwellings, stone tools, pottery, and ornaments. Yet among these remains, the Dogu figurines stand out for their strangeness. Dogu are small, usually between 10 and 30 centimeters in height, crafted from clay and fired in simple kilns. Thousands have been found across Japan, often broken, sometimes in ritual contexts. Their forms vary, some are heart-shaped, others round, some highly abstract, but many share features that defy easy explanation. The so-called goggle-eyed Dogu have bulbous, oversized eyes surrounded by ridges, with bodies covered in elaborate surface patterns. To modern imagination, they look almost like figures in helmets and suits. The resemblance is so strong that in the 20th century, writers of alternative history suggested they depicted ancient astronauts visiting Japan in remote antiquity. Archaeologists, however, propose more grounded interpretations. The figurines may have represented fertility, healing, or spiritual power. Their exaggerated hips and breasts suggest links to reproduction and life. Their goggle-like eyes may have symbolized spiritual vision, not physical equipment. Yet the ambiguity is part of their appeal. Dogu resist definitive explanation, existing somewhere between art, ritual object, and mystery. One striking detail is that many Dogu are found deliberately broken. Fragments of arms, legs, and heads appear in archaeological layers, suggesting intentional destruction. Some scholars propose that they were used in healing rituals, with a figurine embodying illness or misfortune. Breaking the figure may have symbolically destroyed the ailment, freeing the patient. Others argue that breaking represented sacrifice, releasing the figurine's power into the world. Whatever the reason, the act of deliberate fragmentation points to a ritual logic beyond simple decoration. The variety of Dogu also suggests regional diversity. Some regions favored round, plump figures. Others produced angular, stylized ones. This indicates local traditions and symbolic systems within the broader Jomon world. The goggle-eyed Dogu are most famous, but they are only one expression among many. Their elaborate patterns, however, give them a futuristic appearance that continues to capture imagination. In the 20th century, as interest in UFOs and ancient astronauts grew, Dogu figurines were drawn into the narrative. Their eyes were interpreted as goggles, their patterns as suits, their overall form as depictions of extraterrestrial visitors. Erich von Däniken and others pointed to them as evidence of ancient contact. For those inclined toward such theories, the resemblance was too striking to dismiss. Yet, archaeologists caution that to interpret prehistoric art solely through modern technological analogies is to impose our worldview on theirs. To the Jomon, the figurines were not depictions of astronauts, but symbols within their own cultural framework, whether fertility icons, protective spirits, or ritual effigies. Still, the fact that Dogu provoke such speculation demonstrates their power. Unlike many prehistoric artifacts that fit comfortably into categories, tools, vessels, ornaments, Dogu resist categorization. They inhabit a liminal space, human-like yet not human, familiar yet strange. Their large eyes, small mouths, and patterned bodies create a sense of otherness that transcends time. Whether seen as gods, spirits, or astronauts, they compel attention. Excavations have revealed Dogu in both domestic and ritual contexts. Some were found in dwelling pits, suggesting household use. Others appeared in middens or refuse layers, discarded after ritual breaking. A few were buried in ceremonial sites, perhaps as offerings. This diversity indicates multiple uses, from everyday ritual to communal ceremony. Dogu were not static symbols, but dynamic participants in Jomon life, embodying meanings that shifted across contexts. One particularly famous Dogu, known as the Shakoki Dogu, or goggle-eyed figurine, dates from the late Jomon period, around 1000 before the Common Era. Its eyes bulge like large ovals, ringed with ridges, resembling protective eyewear. Its body is covered in intricate patterns that look almost like armor or a suit. Found in Aomori Prefecture, it has become emblematic of the mystery of Dogu. To some, it represents a mother goddess, to others, an alien visitor. Its form remains open to interpretation, a blank surface onto which meaning is projected. The Dogu also reflect the artistic sophistication of the Jomon. Their pottery is among the oldest in the world, decorated with cord-marked designs and elaborate rims. Their ornaments include beads, pendants, and lacquered items. The figurines fit into this broader tradition of creativity, demonstrating not only technical skill, but imaginative vision. The ability to craft such complex forms from clay, with limited tools and firing technology, testifies to the Jomon's artistry. Some scholars link Dogu to shamanism. The large eyes may symbolize trance vision, the altered states achieved by shamans during rituals. The patterns may represent clothing worn in ceremonies, designed to mark the shaman as distinct from ordinary people. If so, Dogu may embody spiritual intermediaries, figures who bridge the human and supernatural worlds. The deliberate breaking of figurines could then signify the end of ritual power, releasing the spirit embodied within. Others interpret Dogu in terms of gender and fertility. Many figurines emphasize hips, breasts, or pregnant bellies, suggesting associations with reproduction. They may have been used in rituals to ensure fertility of women, animals, or crops. Breaking the figurine could symbolize the completion of its task, ensuring renewal. In this sense, Dogu would reflect the deep concern of Jomon communities with survival, reproduction, and abundance. Yet the figurines also hint at darker possibilities. Some appear distorted, with missing limbs or exaggerated features. Were these depictions of illness used in healing rituals? Did the Jomon believe that misfortune could be transferred into clay and then destroyed? If so, Dogu would represent not only life but suffering, serving as vessels for both hope and fear. The fact that thousands of Dogu have been found indicates their importance. They were not rare curiosities, but widespread cultural objects. Their presence across Japan shows that they played a central role in Jomon life. Whatever their precise meaning, they connect us to a prehistoric world where clay figures embodied mysteries we may never fully understand. Dogu also invite comparison to other prehistoric figurines worldwide, such as the Venus figurines of Europe. Those too emphasize fertility and reproduction, though in different styles. The comparison highlights the universality of small figurines as symbolic objects in early societies. Yet Dogu remain unique in their goggle-eyed forms, their patterned bodies, their strange blend of human and otherworldly traits. To modernize, the resemblance to suits and goggles is difficult to ignore. We live in an age where such forms are familiar, where protective gear, astronauts, and machines dominate imagination. To project these onto Dogu is natural, even if not historically accurate. This projection reminds us that interpretation is shaped by culture. The Jomon may have seen spirits, we see astronauts. The figurines bridge past and present by provoking imagination across time. Dogu also raise questions about identity. Were they meant to represent individuals, deities, or archetypes? Their abstract features suggest they were not portraits but symbolic forms. They may have embodied concepts rather than people, fertility, health, protection. Their breaking may have been part of this symbolic function, ensuring that their power was used and then released. The mystery of Dogu is not that we cannot explain them, but that they invite multiple explanations. Fertility icons, healing effigies, shamanic figures, protective spirits, alien visitors. Each interpretation tells us as much about ourselves as about the Jomon. The figurines act as mirrors, reflecting the concerns of those who study them. Archaeologists see ritual. Alternative historians see astronauts. Ordinary viewers see strangeness. Dogu remain compelling precisely because they do not resolve into one meaning. Today, Dogu are treasured as part of Japan's cultural heritage. Several have been designated national treasures, displayed in museums and celebrated in art. Their forms inspire contemporary artists, designers, and writers. They appear in manga, anime, and popular culture, often portrayed as mysterious beings from the past. Their goggle-eyed faces have become icons, symbols of Japan's deep history and enduring creativity. Yet their original meaning remains unknown, and perhaps that is the point. They remind us that the past is not always accessible, that mystery is part of heritage. Dogu speak across time not with answers but with questions. They show us that prehistoric people were imaginative, symbolic, and complex, every bit as concerned with meaning as we are today. The clay of Dogu is fragile, yet it has carried their forms across millennia. Each figure, broken or whole, is a testament to human creativity at the dawn of symbolic culture. They tell us that long before writing, long before cities, people shaped clay into forms that embodied their hopes, fears, and visions. In the goggle-eyed faces of Dogu, we glimpse both the strangeness of the past and the continuity of human imagination. They look alien to us, yet they were made by hands not so different from our own. They remind us that mystery itself is ancient, that people have always created objects that defy simple explanation. Leaving behind the Dogu, one carries not certainty but wonder. The figurines remain seated in their museum cases, gazing outward with their wide eyes, as though still guarding secrets from the prehistoric world. They need not be explained fully to have meaning. Their power lies in their ambiguity, their ability to provoke imagination across thousands of years. And from that ambiguity, the journey continues, leading onward into yet another enigma of the human story. High along the sheer limestone cliffs of northern Peru, coffins shaped like elongated sentinels gaze across valleys from precarious ledges. Painted with ochre pigments and adorned with stylized faces, these sarcophagi are the legacy of the Chachapoya, a people once known as the Cloud Warriors for their dominion over the mist-covered Andes. From a distance, the figures appear like guardians, watching silently over the landscape, positioned so high that reaching them even today requires ropes and specialized climbing. These cliffside tombs are among the most haunting and remarkable funerary monuments in South America, combining artistry, reverence, and mystery in equal measure. The sarcophagi, known locally as Puran machos, are unique to the Chachapoya culture, which thrived between the 9th and 16th centuries before being absorbed by the expanding Inca Empire. Each sarcophagus was crafted from clay, straw, and stone, built around a mummy seated in a fetal position. The outer form, standing up to 8 feet tall, was shaped like an abstract human figure with a rounded head, narrow body, and painted designs. Some bore geometric patterns. Others carried painted facial features, including wide eyes and expressive mouths. Placed together on narrow cliff ledges, they created striking lines of effigies, part monument, part mausoleum, part mystery. Their placement alone raises questions. Why risk hauling bodies, clay, and materials up sheer cliffs to niches hundreds of feet above the valley floor? Archaeologists suggest that the locations were chosen for both protection and symbolism. High cliffs made the sarcophagi difficult for enemies or looters to reach, ensuring preservation. At the same time, the cliffs themselves may have held spiritual significance, linking the dead with sky, mountain, and cloud. The Chachapoya lived in one of the most rugged landscapes on Earth, and their funerary traditions reflect that terrain, monuments inseparable from the cliffs that host them. When first studied by modern explorers in the 19th and 20th centuries, the sarcophagi stunned researchers. Unlike the mummies of the Inca, often interred in caves or subterranean tombs, the Chachapoya created vertical cemeteries visible from afar. In some valleys, whole groups of sarcophagi line the cliffs, forming eerie gatherings of painted figures. Some retain skulls placed atop their heads, adding to their haunting effect. The sight of dozens of sarcophagi perched above, painted faces staring outward, suggests not only reverence for the dead, but a desire for their ongoing presence, as if ancestors continued to watch over the living community. Inside each sarcophagus lay the remains of an individual, wrapped and placed in the fetal position. Grave goods were rare, though some included ceramics, textiles, or ornaments. The lack of elaborate offerings suggests that the sarcophagi themselves were the primary expression of reverence, their monumental presence replacing internal wealth. The figures were both containers of the dead and sculptures of the sacred, embodying ancestors in a visible, almost theatrical way. The artistry is remarkable. Despite the fragile materials, clay mixed with straw and bonded to a stone framework, many sarcophagi have survived centuries of wind, rain, and earthquakes. Their painted surfaces, often in red and white, still show intricate designs. Some bear zigzag patterns, perhaps symbolizing lightning or serpents. Others depict eyes and mouths with exaggerated expression, transforming the sarcophagi into looming effigies. The combination of abstract and anthropomorphic elements creates a style unlike anything else in the Andes. The Chachapoya themselves were known for distinctive practices and resilience. Living in the cloud forests of northern Peru, they built cliffside settlements, constructed circular stone houses, and created elaborate mausoleums. When the Inca expanded in the 15th century, they struggled fiercely but were eventually absorbed. Later, with the arrival of Spanish conquistadors, the Chachapoya suffered devastating losses, both through disease and warfare. Their culture faded, leaving monuments like the sarcophagi as lasting witnesses. The location of some sarcophagi remains extraordinarily remote. The site of Carajia is one of the most famous, where 6 massive sarcophagi stand side by side on a ledge high above a gorge. Each figure is nearly 8 feet tall, painted with ochre designs, with skulls placed on their heads. Discovered in the 20th century, they became icons of Chachapoya culture, attracting researchers and travelers alike. The effort to construct and position them in such an inaccessible place testifies to a society willing to invest immense labor in honoring its dead. Other sites, like those near Lemabamba, preserve dozens of sarcophagi, many damaged by landslides or looting but still powerful in presence. Archaeologists working in the region continue to find new tombs hidden in cliffs, some containing mummies remarkably preserved by the dry, cool climate. The discovery of over 200 mummies in the Laguna de los Condores area in the 1990s revealed that Chachapoya mortuary practices were more varied than once thought, including both sarcophagi and communal tombs. Yet the cliffside figures remain the most visually striking. Interpretations of their meaning vary. Some scholars see the sarcophagi as protective figures, embodying ancestors who watched over the valleys. Others argue they were symbols of status, reserved for elites whose placement on cliffs demonstrated both prestige and ongoing authority. Still others suggest that the dramatic display was meant to reinforce communal identity, reminding the living that their ancestors were ever present. Whatever the case, the visual impact is undeniable. Standing below, one feels observed by generations past, their painted faces gazing outward across centuries. The deliberate shaping of the sarcophagi into human-like figures also highlights the Chachapoya view of the body. The dead were not hidden away but transformed into monumental effigies. The cliffside displays suggest that ancestors were considered active participants in social life, not relegated to obscurity. The sarcophagi embodied this presence, turning the cliffs into landscapes of memory where the past remained visibly inscribed. The survival of these figures has been precarious. Many have been destroyed by natural disasters, earthquakes, landslides, storms. Others have fallen victim to looting, their contents removed. Yet enough remain to give us a glimpse into the extraordinary funerary imagination of the Chachapoya. Photographs of Carajia and other sites convey their haunting beauty, but to see them in person is to feel the vertigo of cliffs and the weight of history combined. The sarcophagi also provoke comparisons with other world traditions. In Egypt, mummies were interred in elaborate tombs hidden underground. In Europe, Neolithic peoples built megalithic tombs covered with earth. In Polynesia, bones were stored in caves or platforms. The Chachapoya stand apart in their use of vertical cliffs, turning sheer rock faces into cemeteries. This unique approach underscores the diversity of human approaches to death and memory. The Chachapoya were not a large empire like the Inca, but their legacy has outlasted their political power. Their sarcophagi are now studied as masterpieces of Andean culture, symbols of creativity in a harsh environment. They remind us that even societies often considered peripheral left behind works of lasting significance. The cloud warriors may have vanished, but their ancestors still look down from cliffs, their painted eyes fixed on horizons. To imagine the construction process deepens the sense of awe. Clay had to be carried up sheer cliffs, shaped and fired, then assembled around mummies already prepared. The logistics alone are staggering. Ropes, scaffolds, and immense communal effort would have been required. Each sarcophagus was an act of devotion and determination, embedding ancestors into the very cliffs that defined the Chachapoya world. One cannot help but wonder what ceremonies accompanied the placement. Did processions climb the valley slopes, carrying the dead to the cliffs? Did chants rise from below as figures were lifted into place? Were offerings made to the spirits of mountains and clouds? The sarcophagi suggest rituals as dramatic as their physical presence, moments when the community gathered to honor and transform their dead. Modern encounters with the sarcophagi remain charged with emotion. Locals sometimes tell stories of spirits that guard the cliffs, of ancestors who still watch. Archaeologists, scaling the dangerous ledges to study the figures, describe feelings of both fear and reverence. The sarcophagi command respect not only as artifacts but as presences, reminders that death was never hidden in Chachapoya culture but set in plain view, high above, monumental and enduring. Their painted surfaces, though weathered, still carry symbolic power. Red ochre, common in many burial traditions worldwide, suggests blood, life, and vitality. White paint may symbolize purity or bone. The combination of colors turns the sarcophagi into vibrant figures, not lifeless coffins. Even in decay, they retain this vitality, gazing outward with faces both abstract and alive. The Chachapoya sarcophagi belong to a larger Andean tradition of honoring ancestors, yet they are among the most dramatic expressions of it. The Inca placed mummies in plazas during ceremonies, treating them as living beings. Earlier cultures buried their dead with rich offerings. But the Chachapoya created vertical cemeteries, effigies on cliffs, visible reminders of ancestry. Their sarcophagi embody a vision where the dead never left but remained as part of the landscape itself. In recent decades, preservation efforts have sought to protect these fragile monuments. Archaeologists work with local communities to document and safeguard sarcophagi, while also respecting their spiritual significance. Yet threats remain, from natural disasters to looting. The challenge is to preserve these figures not only as archaeological specimens, but as cultural heritage, living connections to the descendants of the Chachapoya. The sarcophagi also speak to universal human concerns. They embody the desire to honor the dead, to place ancestors in positions of visibility and permanence. They demonstrate creativity in confronting mortality, turning cliffs into cemeteries, death into art. They remind us that memory is not abstract, but carved, painted, and placed in the world. Standing in the valleys of northern Peru, one looks up and sees them still. Figures on ledges, painted faces, ancestors gazing outward. They have survived centuries of storms, earthquakes, and invasion. They remain as witnesses to a vanished culture and as questions posed to us. Why here? Why this form? Why such effort? Their presence does not answer, but insists on wonder. The Chachapoya sarcophagi are not only relics of the past, but ongoing participants in cultural imagination. They appear in art, film, and literature as symbols of mystery. They inspire travelers who glimpse them clinging to cliffs, their faces eroded yet expressive. They remain icons of the cloud warriors, who once ruled the high, misty forests and left their ancestors inscribed into stone and clay. Though much about the Chachapoya has been lost, their sarcophagi ensure they are not forgotten. They remind us that cultures vanish but leave behind traces, sometimes fragile, sometimes monumental, always meaningful. These cliffside figures endure not only as archaeological data, but as presences that demand acknowledgement. The sight of them, perched impossibly high, closes one chapter while suggesting another. They tell us that reverence can take startling forms, that the human relationship with death is endlessly diverse, and that the landscapes we inhabit can themselves become monuments to memory. Another story waits beyond, yet the sarcophagi remain, gazing across the valleys, guardians of a past that still speaks. The discovery was not a golden ornament, nor a tool of polished stone, but a fragment of bone shaped so deliberately that its purpose could not be denied. When researchers examined it more closely, they realized they were holding something that once carried both memory and ritual. A human skull transformed into a vessel. Smooth edges traced the curve of the cranium, the lower face removed, the rim carefully flaked into a regular line. What lay before them was not simply a remnant of death, but an object reshaped for use, a cup fashioned from the very material of a human head. This revelation came from Gough's Cave, one of the great chambers of Cheddar Gorge in Somerset, England. Today it is visited by families who wander through its limestone galleries and marvel at stalactites. Yet nearly 15,000 years ago, long before roads or villages marked the landscape, the cave served as a shelter and ritual site for people of the Magdalenian culture. These hunter-gatherers, skilled in both survival and artistry, left behind not only animal bones and stone tools, but also evidence of acts that challenge modern sensibilities. Among their traces are skulls modified with such care that they could only have been intended for drinking vessels. The dating of the remains places them at approximately 14,700 years old. This was the end of the last ice age, when glaciers retreated and herds of reindeer, horses and red deer moved through Britain's cold steppes. Human groups followed these migrations, settling temporarily in caves, leaving behind hearths, tools and bones. At Gough's Cave, their presence is preserved in remarkable detail. Cut marks on bones reveal butchery of both animals and humans, marrow extracted, flesh consumed. Yet within this broader story of survival, the skull cups stand apart, revealing practices bound not only to hunger, but to meaning. The skulls were modified through a sequence of precise steps. First, the flesh was stripped away with stone blades, leaving characteristic cut marks. Next, the lower jaws were detached, along with facial bones. Finally, the cranial vault was shaped into a bowl, its rim flaked and smoothed until it formed a functional edge. The result was a vessel that retained the natural curve of the skull while being practical for holding liquid. The regularity of the modifications across multiple skulls indicates a shared method, a tradition rather than an improvisation. The question of why these cups were made is complex. To modern minds, the act may seem grotesque, but to Magdalenian people, it likely carried layered meanings. Some anthropologists suggest ancestor veneration. Drinking from a skull may have symbolized communion with the dead, a way of incorporating their essence into the living. Others propose trophies of enemies, transformed into vessels of victory. Still others see the practice as both practical and symbolic, a response to the harsh conditions of the Ice Age that simultaneously infused necessity with ritual. Evidence from the cave suggests that cannibalism was indeed practiced. Many human bones bear cut marks identical to those on animal bones, showing that flesh was stripped, marrow cracked, and tongues removed. This was not careless mutilation but systematic processing. Yet the skull cups reveal a step beyond consumption. They were curated, shaped, and perhaps used repeatedly. The distinction suggests that while much of the body was consumed, the head was reserved for ceremonial transformation. Parallels exist across the world. In the Himalayas, Tibetan Kapala cups fashioned from skulls served as ritual vessels in Buddhist ceremonies, used to hold offerings of wine or grain. Ancient texts describe Scythian warriors who turned enemy skulls into drinking cups, symbols of conquest. Medieval legends tell of chalices made from skulls of saints or foes. Though distant in time and place, these examples show that the idea of reshaping the head into a vessel appears in many cultures, often linked with power, reverence, or transcendence. Gough's Cave may be one of the earliest known expressions of this tradition. To imagine the making of a skull cup is to glimpse the skill of Ice Age craftsmanship. Bone is dense and brittle, requiring control to shape without shattering. The edges of Gough's skull cups reveal careful flaking, much like the techniques used to shape stone tools. The artisans who made them possessed knowledge of anatomy, stone technology, and ritual form. Their work demonstrates that these were not crude improvisations born of desperation, but deliberate objects with cultural value. The inclusion of children among the remains complicates interpretation. At least one of the skull cups appears to have been made from a juvenile cranium. This weakens the idea of trophies of war and instead suggests that the practice included community members. If so, it may have reflected rites of passage or ancestor integration, where the dead of all ages were incorporated into living ceremonies. The universality of the practice within the group implies that skull cups were not limited to outsiders, but part of communal identity. The cave setting itself cannot be overlooked. Caves across Europe served as ritual spaces during the Paleolithic, their dark interiors becoming stages for painting, burial, and ceremony. Gough's cave fits this pattern. To reshape human skulls into vessels within such a setting aligns with a worldview where caves were liminal spaces, thresholds between life and death, earth and spirit. Firelight, stone walls, and the presence of the dead combined to create an atmosphere where transformation of bone into cup carried profound weight. Archaeological analysis has illuminated even the smallest details. Microscopic study reveals repeated slicing along predictable lines, showing systematic removal of muscle and scalp. Percussion marks pinpoint where jaws were detached. Striations on cranial edges reveal deliberate flaking. These observations confirm that the modifications were intentional, not random. The skulls were not simply broken by natural forces or accidents of consumption. They were shaped into artifacts, objects with a function beyond the biological. The presence of cut marks on tongues, cheeks, and long bones shows that flesh was consumed, suggesting a blending of survival and symbolism. Cannibalism is often framed as either desperate or brutal, but anthropologists caution that it can hold varied meanings. Some cultures practiced it as reverence, consuming the dead to incorporate their spirit. Others used it as a weapon of dominance, turning enemies into meals. Gough's cave may represent a hybrid of both, nutritional use combined with ritual transformation. The rarity of skull cups underscores their significance. They are not found at every Paleolithic site. Their presence at Gough's cave suggests a distinctive local tradition, perhaps tied to the identity of the group. Whether part of seasonal rituals, funerary practices, or moments of crisis, the skull cups represent deliberate choices that set these people apart from their contemporaries. Imagining their use opens possibilities. Perhaps water gathered from nearby springs was poured into them, consumed during communal ceremonies. Perhaps blood from hunted animals or even humans was part of ritual drinking. The very act of raising a skull cup to one's lips would have carried symbolism, binding the living to the dead. The vessels were intimate, direct, demanding that participants confront mortality with every sip. For modern viewers, the skull cups provoke discomfort, yet they also fascinate. They force us to acknowledge that early humans were not simplistic, but capable of complex ritual. The people of Gough's cave were not mindless savages, but artisans who combined necessity with ceremony. Their skull cups reveal creativity bound to mortality, ritual carved from bone. Beyond Gough's cave, the broader Magdalenian culture was remarkable. These people crafted harpoons, bone needles, and engraved ornaments. They painted animals with vivid, lifelike detail on cave walls. They navigated rivers and hunted with skill. Within this context, skull cups fit not as anomalies, but as part of a larger pattern of symbolic expression. They demonstrate that art and ritual permeated every aspect of life, even the treatment of death. The survival of the skull cups through thousands of years is extraordinary. Buried in cave sediments, they lay undisturbed until excavations brought them to light. Their preservation allows us to study not only their form, but the worldview behind them. They are fragile, yet powerful, vessels of bone carrying stories across millennia. The lesson of the skull cups is not horror, but recognition. They remind us that humanity has always sought to make sense of mortality, to transform death into continuity. Whether through burial, mummification, or skull cups, cultures everywhere have found ways to ritualize the end of life. The people of Gough's cave chose to reshape heads into vessels, binding survival and ceremony into one act. For those who study them today, the skull cups are both artifact and mirror. They reveal a world where boundaries between life and death, food and ritual, body and object were fluid. They show us that meaning has always been carved into the materials of existence, whether stone, bone, or flesh. Standing before them in a museum, one cannot help but imagine the ceremonies that once unfolded in the cave. Firelight, voices, vessels of bone passed hand to hand. To those people, the cups were not grotesque curiosities, but sacred objects, integral to community and survival. They connect us across time, unsettling yet familiar, strange yet human. The skull cups of Gough's cave are rare testimonies of Ice Age ritual. They tell us that people long before writing, long before cities, engaged with mortality in ways both practical and profound. They remind us that the story of humanity is not linear or simple but complex, filled with acts that challenge assumptions. Their discovery reshapes our image of the past. It teaches that even in the depths of prehistory, humans combined necessity with symbolism, carving meaning into bone. They demonstrate that creativity has always been part of survival and ritual has always been part of life. The chapter closes with these vessels of bone, carefully crafted, used in ceremonies now forgotten. They remain not only as artifacts but as witnesses, proof that even at the edge of the Ice Age, people confronted mortality with imagination. Another mystery waits beyond, yet the skull cups remain, their smooth rims reminding us that humanity has always reshaped death into meaning. When archaeologists opened the lacquered coffins of the Mawangdui tombs in the early 1970s, they expected to find relics of the Western Han dynasty, ornaments, bronzes, perhaps weapons or ritual vessels. What they uncovered went far beyond these expectations. Folded carefully within the burial chamber, alongside a body preserved with startling precision, were manuscripts written not on bamboo or wood, as was common for the era, but on silk. Their survival after more than 2,000 years was astonishing, but even more remarkable was the knowledge they contained. Astronomy, medicine, philosophy, cartography, entire worlds of thought lay inscribed in elegant brushstrokes across fragile silk sheets, pushing the boundaries of what was believed possible in the centuries before the Common Era. The Mawangdui site, located near Changsha in Hunan province, held the tombs of the Marquis of Dai, his wife Lady Xinjui, and their son. These burials date to the 2nd century before the Common Era, a period when the Han dynasty was consolidating power and shaping institutions that would endure for centuries. Excavations began in 1972, and the discoveries quickly drew international attention. The preservation of Lady Xinjui's body was so extraordinary that her skin retained elasticity and her veins were visible beneath the surface. Yet it was the silk manuscripts, brittle and yellowed with age, that provided insights far beyond the body itself. Over 30 distinct texts were recovered, ranging in subject from political philosophy to practical instruction. Some described strategies of statecraft, echoing schools of thought that competed in the centuries of the warring states. Others addressed medicine in detail, offering therapeutic prescriptions, pulse diagnosis, and exercises for maintaining health. Still others recorded astronomical observations and cosmological charts, mapping stars with precision that startled historians. The manuscripts also included maps, drawn with a level of scale and accuracy centuries ahead of what had previously been assumed possible. Among the most remarkable of these manuscripts was the medical text, later identified as the earliest known version of the Classic of the Pulse. Long before later Chinese physicians codified their understanding of pulse diagnosis, the Mawangdui texts already discussed the relationship between pulse patterns and internal organs. They prescribed treatments using herbs, diet, and breathing exercises, reflecting a holistic approach that anticipated later traditions of Chinese medicine. These writings revealed a system far more developed than historians had recognized for the 2nd century before the Common Era. Equally striking were the astronomical texts. The silk manuscripts include star charts that describe the positions of over 1,000 stars, organized into recognizable constellations. Some passages outline the motions of planets, eclipses, and comets, interpreting them as omens, yet also describing them with observational precision. The accuracy of these records demonstrated that Han astronomers possessed systematic knowledge of the heavens, centuries before comparable records appeared in other parts of the world. Scholars were particularly surprised to find descriptions of the orbits of Jupiter and Saturn that aligned with modern calculations. The maps recovered from the tombs also challenged assumptions. Drawn on silk, they depicted regions of the Han Empire with remarkable fidelity. Rivers, mountains, and roads were traced with clear scale, showing distances that matched actual geography with minimal distortion. One map represented the military layout of Changsha, while another depicted the southern frontier of the empire, complete with fortresses and defensive lines. These maps predated by centuries the cartographic advances once thought to emerge only much later in Chinese history. Their existence revealed a level of administrative sophistication in the early Han state that had been underestimated. The philosophical texts added yet another layer. Among them were works associated with Taoism, including early versions of Laozi's teachings, but also other treatises that did not survive elsewhere. Some passages discussed the relationship between humanity and the cosmos, the importance of balance, and methods of cultivating longevity. Others blended cosmology with practical guidance, reflecting the Han tendency to merge natural philosophy with governance and health. These manuscripts thus preserved voices of intellectual traditions otherwise lost, expanding the record of early Chinese thought. That such delicate silk survived for 2 millennia is a marvel in itself. The tombs of Mawangdui were constructed with multiple layers of coffins and filled with charcoal and white clay to control moisture and temperature. These conditions created a microenvironment that slowed decay, preserving not only the manuscripts but also textiles, lacquerware, and even food offerings. Without this preservation, much of the knowledge contained in the manuscripts would have vanished from history. The discovery forced historians to reconsider timelines. Medical practices described in the texts pushed back the origins of systematic Chinese medicine by centuries. Star charts demonstrated that detailed astronomical observation was far older than previously recognized. Cartographic precision suggested that early Han administrators managed their empire with advanced geographic tools. The manuscripts did not simply add details. They rewrote entire chapters of history. For example, one medical manuscript describes exercises similar to Qigong, involving coordinated breathing and movement to maintain health. These instructions predate by centuries the earliest previously known references to such practices. Another text outlines methods of moxibustion, the burning of herbs near the skin to stimulate healing. The presence of these therapies in the 2nd century before the Common Era demonstrated that Chinese medicine was already a mature system long before it became codified in later classics. The astronomical manuscripts contained charts that aligned with the 28 lunar mansions, an early Chinese system of dividing the sky. They recorded planetary motions with surprising accuracy and noted phenomena such as comets, which were interpreted as portents but also described in terms of appearance and trajectory. The precision suggests that Han astronomers maintained long-term records, integrating observation with cosmology. The maps, too, astonished scholars. They were not symbolic or ritualistic representations but practical tools, with rivers drawn in proportion and routes clearly marked. Analysis showed that their accuracy rivaled maps produced in Europe more than a millennium later. These discoveries elevated the status of Han cartography, showing that Chinese administrators already employed maps as instruments of governance and military planning. Beyond their individual content, the manuscripts revealed the interconnectedness of knowledge in the Han worldview. Astronomy was tied to governance, as celestial events were seen as reflections of imperial virtue. Medicine was linked with cosmology, health understood in terms of harmony between human organs and cosmic forces. Philosophy blended with practical instruction, offering guidance for rulers and commoners alike. The manuscripts embodied a holistic approach to knowledge, where no discipline was isolated. The manuscripts also raise questions about secrecy and preservation. Why were such valuable texts buried with Lady Xinjui and her family? Some scholars suggest that the manuscripts represented personal libraries interred to accompany the deceased in the afterlife. Others propose that burial preserved sacred knowledge, ensuring it remained with the elite lineage. Whatever the reason, their concealment ensured survival, hidden from war, fire, and time, until modern archaeology uncovered them. The recovery process itself required delicate care. Silk fragments, fragile and crumbling, were lifted from the tomb and painstakingly restored. Conservators spent years stabilizing the manuscripts, cleaning, flattening, and reassembling pieces. Today, many are stored under controlled conditions, their contents studied through photographs and transcriptions. The effort reflects the extraordinary value placed on preserving every brushstroke, every character. For those who view the manuscripts today, the effect is profound. The faded silk sheets, covered with calligraphy, connect us directly to hands that moved brush to fabric more than 2,000 years ago. Each stroke carries intention, each chart condenses centuries of observation. They remind us that the search for knowledge is ancient, that the questions of health, cosmos, and order preoccupied our ancestors as deeply as they preoccupy us. In global context, the Mawangdui manuscripts stand as parallels to other great discoveries: the Dead Sea Scrolls in the Middle East, the Rosetta Stone in Egypt, the Maya codices in Mesoamerica. Each reshaped understanding of civilization, each revealed that the past was more complex than assumed. The silk manuscripts show that early China was not isolated or primitive, but advanced, systematic, and deeply intellectual. The legacy of the manuscripts continues in scholarship. Translations and studies have opened their contents to researchers worldwide. Medical historians trace the continuity of therapies from Mawangdui to modern traditional Chinese medicine. Astronomers marvel at the accuracy of star charts that predate European catalogues by centuries. Cartographers study the maps as milestones in the global history of geography. Philosophers examine the texts as windows into early Taoist and syncretic thought. The manuscripts thus remain living documents, shaping understanding across disciplines. Their discovery also underscores the fragility of knowledge. Had the tombs collapsed or had moisture seeped in, the silk would have disintegrated. Centuries of wisdom would have vanished without trace. The survival of the Mawangdui manuscripts is an accident of preservation, a gift from circumstance. They remind us how much of human knowledge has already been lost, how rare it is when time spares fragile records. The manuscripts invite reflection on how societies value and transmit knowledge. For the Han elite, texts were treasures, worthy of burial alongside the body. For us, they are bridges to antiquity, offering glimpses into thought long past. They remind us that human curiosity has always spanned health, stars, maps, and meaning, that the quest to understand has no beginning and no end. Their presence in the tomb, folded beside silk garments and lacquerware, speaks to the Han vision of the afterlife. Knowledge itself was part of what one carried beyond death, as essential as clothing or food. The manuscripts were not incidental, but integral, reminders that learning and wisdom were treasures equal to gold. The faded sheets of silk carry more than words. They carry the memory of a civilization confident in its knowledge, ambitious in its scope, and sophisticated in its methods. They testify that 2,000 years ago, people were already charting the heavens, healing the body, mapping the land, and debating the cosmos. They remind us that progress is not a straight line, that brilliance arises again and again across history. The Mawangdui manuscripts are fragile, but their message endures. Humanity has always sought to understand, to record, to preserve. They remain as artifacts not only of a tomb, but of the unbroken human impulse to seek knowledge, to carry wisdom across generations, to hold fast to meaning in the face of time. What they leave us is not closure, but continuation. Their rediscovery enriches the human story, showing that the search for truth has always been deeper, older, and more far-reaching than we assumed. Another enigma waits beyond them, but their silk pages remain as luminous reminders that even in antiquity, humanity gazed at stars, mapped the earth, healed the body, and pondered existence with clarity and care. Near the western shores of Lake Turkana in Kenya's arid north, a cluster of upright basalt pillars rises from the earth. To a passerby, they might appear as an unusual scattering of stones, weathered by centuries of wind and sun. Yet careful study has revealed a deeper significance. The pillars are not random, but aligned with remarkable precision to star constellations. This arrangement suggests that Namoratunga, as the site is called, may have served as one of the world's earliest calendars, a device for measuring the passage of time and anchoring life to the movement of the heavens. The circle consists of 19 basalt pillars, some leaning, others upright, set among a scatter of smaller stones. The pillars are polygonal in shape, their sides flattened by natural formation, yet placed deliberately into the ground. Surrounding them are cairns, piles of smaller rocks, suggesting burials or ritual markers. The The site is modest in size compared to Stonehenge or the great megaliths of Europe, yet its significance lies not in scale, but in alignment. Researchers have proposed that the pillars correspond to 7 constellations recognized in the traditions of the Cushitic-speaking peoples of East Africa. If true, Namoratunga represents a calendar system at least 2,000 years old, perhaps older, linking Earth to sky with enduring clarity. The story of its discovery begins in the 1970s, when archaeologist B.N. Lynch investigated stone sites around Lake Turkana. Local traditions referred to the stones as Namoratunga, meaning people of stone, a name suggesting that myths had long surrounded the site. Analysis revealed that the 19 pillars were not haphazard, but positioned with orientation to the rising and setting of stars. Specifically, the alignments matched the positions of constellations such as Orion, Triangulum, and the Pleiades, as recognized in the traditional Borana calendar of pastoralist communities. This calendar divided the year into 12 months, based not on solar cycles, but on the lunar months regulated by stellar risings. Namoratunga, with its precise orientations, may have provided the fixed reference points necessary for such reckoning. To appreciate the importance of this, one must consider life in the region. Pastoralist societies depended on the timing of rains, the movement of herds, and the cycle of seasons. Predicting these rhythms required careful observation of the sky. A calendar based on stars would allow communities to anticipate seasonal changes, plan migrations, and coordinate rituals. In a landscape where survival depended on timing, the ability to track celestial cycles was essential. Namoratunga thus represents not only an ancient monument but also an instrument of practical knowledge. The basalt pillars themselves are striking. Formed naturally from volcanic processes, they were transported and set upright with deliberate effort. Some stand more than 2 meters tall, while others tilt or lean with age. Their polygonal shapes resemble the columns seen in volcanic landscapes worldwide, yet their placement into alignment transforms geology into astronomy. To raise such stones, to set them with precision, required communal labor and shared vision, a testament to the organizational capacity of early societies around Lake Turkana. The presence of cairns around the site suggests that Namoratunga may have served dual functions, both as calendar and as burial ground. Archaeological excavation has revealed stone-covered graves nearby, linking the pillars to funerary practices. This combination of death and time is not surprising. Across cultures, monuments often join the cosmic with the mortal, situating ancestors within cycles of the heavens. At Namoratunga, the dead may have been placed in proximity to stones that tracked stars, embedding human lives within cosmic rhythms. The association with the Borana calendar provides one of the strongest arguments for Namoratunga's function. Among Borana pastoralists of Ethiopia and Kenya, time was traditionally reckoned by observing the rising of constellations at dusk. Each lunar month was associated with the appearance of a specific constellation, creating a 12-month cycle. This system allowed precise prediction of seasons and guided rituals and migrations. When archaeologists compared the alignments of Namoratunga's pillars with this system, the correspondence was striking. The 19 stones could mark the azimuths of key constellations, anchoring the lunar calendar to fixed points on Earth. If correct, this interpretation places Namoratunga among the world's oldest known observatories, contemporary with or older than many European megaliths. While Stonehenge in England aligned with solstices, Namoratunga aligned with stars. This distinction highlights the diversity of ancient calendrical systems, where some societies look to the sun, others look to the stars. Both achieved the same goal, bringing order to time, grounding human life in celestial cycles. Yet questions remain. Radiocarbon dating of associated burials suggests an age of roughly 2,000 years, though some scholars argue for older origins. The uncertainty arises because stone itself cannot be dated. Only organic remains nearby provide clues. Some propose that Namoratunga may be as much as 5,000 years old, linking it with the broader tradition of megalithic sites in East Africa. Others caution that the alignment may be coincidental, the product of human tendency to find patterns. The debate continues, but the possibility that Namoratunga served as Africa's earliest calendar remains compelling. The name People of Stone also reflects local legends. Oral traditions among Turkana communities describe the stones as once living beings turned to rock. frozen in place by a curse or by divine act. Such myths echo global themes where megaliths are seen as petrified people, reminders of transformation between life and monument. These stories suggest that Namoratunga has long carried symbolic weight, its pillars not only markers of stars, but embodiments of myth. The setting amplifies this symbolism. Lake Turkana lies in a stark landscape of volcanic rock and desert, a place where the sky dominates the horizon. At night, the constellations shine with clarity unimpeded by light pollution. For ancient communities, this sky was both calendar and canvas, filled with meanings woven into stories and rituals. To anchor that sky in stone was to make the cosmos tangible, to create permanence in a world of shifting seasons. Comparisons with other African megalithic sites highlight Namoratunga's place in a wider tradition. Across Ethiopia, Sudan, and the Sahel, stone circles and upright monoliths mark ancient cultures. Some align with solar or stellar events, others with burials. Namoratunga fits into this mosaic, evidence that African societies developed sophisticated ways of linking monuments with astronomy. Too often, African contributions to ancient science are overlooked. Namoratunga restores balance, showing that early Africans too created calendars of stone, as advanced and intentional as those elsewhere. The site also raises questions about cultural continuity. Did the Borana calendar derive directly from Namoratunga, preserved across millennia? Or did both arise from shared traditions of skywatching across East Africa? The persistence of the Borana system into modern times suggests deep continuity, where knowledge of stars guided pastoral life for generations. Namoratunga may thus represent both origin and monument, a fixed point in the long memory of sky-based reckoning. Archaeological surveys continue to study the site, though challenges remain. Erosion, vandalism, and neglect threaten the stones. Efforts by Kenyan authorities and local communities aim to preserve Namoratunga as heritage, recognizing its global significance. Yet resources are limited, and the site lacks the protection afforded to monuments like Stonehenge. Its preservation depends on recognition that Africa's megaliths are as vital to world history as Europe's or Asia's. For those who visit, Namoratunga retains quiet power. The basalt pillars rise stark against desert hills, their shapes geometric yet organic. Standing among them, one senses both simplicity and depth. Mere stones, yet aligned with stars, modest in scale, yet vast in implication. The circle embodies humanity's oldest impulses, to measure, to mark, to remember. It is a calendar carved from Earth itself, where time and eternity meet. The broader significance of Namoratunga lies in what it reveals about early African science. Astronomy was not confined to Babylonia, Greece, or China. In East Africa, pastoralists too studied the sky, developed calendars, and built monuments. Their achievements are inscribed not in parchment or papyrus, but in stone and tradition. Namoratunga stands as testimony to their ingenuity, resilience, and vision. The interpretation of Namoratunga as a calendar is not without critics. Some argue that the alignments are coincidental, that 19 stones cannot provide precise calendrical function. They suggest alternative explanations, a burial ground, a ritual site, or a social gathering place. Yet even if the astronomical alignment remains debated, the site's significance endures. Whether calendar, cemetery, or sanctuary, Namoratunga reflects deliberate human effort to create order in a challenging environment. Its mystery is part of its meaning, a reminder that the past resists simple classification. What cannot be denied is that the stones provoke reflection. They remind us that across continents and millennia, people have sought to connect earth and sky, to align their lives with the heavens. The 19 basalt pillars of Namoratunga join a lineage of monuments that includes Newgrange, Nabta Playa, Chankillo, and Stonehenge, sites where human hands raised stone to mirror stars. Each is unique, yet all share the impulse to measure time, to embed knowledge in monument. Namoratunga also resonates with the rhythm of pastoral life. For herders, the year turned on rains and grass, the movement of cattle and camels. To anticipate these cycles meant survival. The stones may thus represent not abstract astronomy, but applied knowledge, a practical calendar inscribed in rock. Their orientations to stars anchored ritual and migration alike, uniting cosmology with subsistence. In the end, the Namoratunga stone circle endures as both mystery and monument. Its 19 pillars rise in silence, their alignments pointing toward constellations that still shine overhead. They remind us that Africa too possesses ancient observatories, calendars of stone that rival any in the world. They challenge us to widen the lens of history, to see science and astronomy not as isolated to a few civilizations, but as universal human endeavors. As the basalt pillars cast long shadows across the Turkana plain, their meaning remains debated, but their presence undeniable. They are markers of time, of ancestors, of sky. They stand as evidence that thousands of years ago, people here too measured the heavens, fixed their gaze on stars, and built monuments to embody that knowledge. The story of Namoratunga does not conclude with answers, but with recognition. Its stones endure as guardians of a past still partly hidden, their alignments whispering of calendars, burials, and constellations. From their basalt forms rises the reminder that human ingenuity is ancient, global, and enduring, always reaching upward toward the stars, always anchoring time in the permanence of stone. At a bend in the Danube River, where cliffs rise sharply above the water and currents rush through narrow gorges, archaeologists uncovered one of the most remarkable ritual landscapes of the Mesolithic world. Among the remains of ancient dwellings, hearths, and burials were dozens of carved stones, shaped into figures that defy simple categorization. Their forms blend human and fish, with faces flattened into wide mouths and bulging eyes, their bodies etched with geometric patterns that suggest scales or flowing currents. These sculptures from Lepenski Vir, created over 8,000 years ago, are among the earliest known examples of monumental stone carving in Europe, and they continue to puzzle and fascinate scholars and visitors alike. The site was first discovered in the 1960s during excavations led by Dragoslav Srejovic, prompted by plans to construct a dam that threatened to flood the Iron Gates Gorge. What emerged from the soil was a settlement unlike any previously known in southeastern Europe. Hundreds of trapezoidal houses had been laid out in a carefully planned arrangement, oriented toward the river. Each contained a central hearth, flanked by stone sculptures placed in positions of prominence. The combination of architecture and ritual carving suggested not a temporary camp of hunters, but a permanent community with deep symbolic life. The sculptures themselves became the most iconic discovery. Carved from river boulders of sandstone, they stand between 30 centimeters and over 1 meter tall. Many depict faces, broad, triangular, with wide eyes and gaping mouths. Others merge human and aquatic features, their surfaces incised with lines resembling scales, fins, or flowing water. Some scholars describe them as fish gods, others as river spirits, still others as ancestors transformed into hybrid beings. Their stylization is both abstract and deeply evocative, embodying a worldview where river and life, human and animal, were inseparable. The Danube itself provides the key context. For the people of Lepenski Vir, the river was both sustenance and mystery. Its waters teemed with sturgeon and other large fish that provided food in abundance. Its currents shaped the rhythm of life. Its floods threatened and renewed the land. To carve hybrid beings of fish and human may have been to honor the river's role in survival, to embody the belief that human destiny was bound to aquatic forces. The sculptures, placed beside hearths, would then represent guardians of household and community, mediators between people and the powerful waters flowing just beyond their homes. Archaeologists uncovered more than 100 of these carved stones, though not all depict recognizable figures. Some are abstract, with grooves and lines that suggest symbolic coding. Others clearly show faces, often with exaggerated mouths, giving them an almost mask-like quality. The repetition of features indicates a shared iconography, a system of symbols recognized by the community. These were not random carvings, but elements of a coherent ritual tradition. The settlement itself, dating from roughly 7,000 to 6,000 years before the Common Era, shows remarkable sophistication. The trapezoidal houses were built with stone foundations, arranged in rows facing the river. Each dwelling contained a carefully constructed fireplace, often with sculpted stone altars. The uniformity suggests planning, while the integration of ritual sculptures into domestic spaces shows that religion and daily life were inseparable. Lepenski Vir was not simply a village but a sacred landscape where every household participated in shared cosmology. The hybrid sculptures connect Lepenski Vir to broader themes of transformation and liminality. Across cultures, beings that merge human and animal often represent thresholds between life and death, land and water, mortal and divine. The fish-human figures may have embodied ancestors who had crossed into the river, spirits inhabiting both worlds. Their presence beside hearths symbolized continuity between living families and ancestral forces. In this sense, the sculptures were not art objects, but active participants in ritual, guardians of households and symbols of identity. The scale of Lepenski Vir's artistic program is extraordinary for its time. In the Mesolithic period, most communities in Europe were small bands of hunter-gatherers, leaving behind tools, ornaments, and rock art but little monumental sculpture. At Lepenski Vir, by contrast, the community invested immense effort into carving large stone figures, arranging them within permanent architecture. This level of symbolic expression suggests a society with both stability and ritual complexity, foreshadowing the rise of Neolithic cultures in the region. Interpretations of the sculptures vary. Some scholars argue that they represent deities of the river, part of a cult centered on fishing and water. Others see them as representations of ancestors carved from the very stones of the river to embody the spirits of the dead. Still others propose that they were part of shamanic rituals, mediating between worlds through hybrid imagery. Whatever their exact meaning, the consistent presence of fish-human forms points to a cosmology deeply bound to the river's life. The discovery of burials at Lepenski Vir adds another dimension. Human remains were found beneath house floors, sometimes associated with sculptures. This practice of placing the dead within dwellings suggests an intimate relationship between ancestors and the living. The sculptures may thus have functioned as visible markers of ancestral presence, embodying the dead in hybrid forms that linked them to the river sustaining the community. The artistic style of Lepenski Vir is distinctive, with few parallels elsewhere. While other Mesolithic sites in Europe contain rock engravings or portable art, none match the monumental scale or consistent iconography of these sculptures. Their uniqueness has led some to speculate about cultural connections beyond Europe, though most archaeologists see them as local innovations inspired by the Danube environment. Their bold forms, combining abstraction with natural symbolism, remain strikingly modern to the eye, resonating with artistic traditions across millennia. The broader significance of Lepenski Vir lies in its role as a transitional society. The inhabitants were still hunters and fishers, yet they lived in permanent houses, practiced complex rituals, and produced monumental art. They occupied a threshold between Mesolithic mobility and Neolithic settlement. Their sculptures reflect this liminality, blending human and animal, land and water, life and death. Lepenski Vir thus provides a rare window into the cultural transformations that shaped early European societies. Preservation of the site became urgent during the construction of the Iron Gates hydroelectric dam in the 1960s. Much of the original settlement was flooded, but major portions were relocated to higher ground, including sculptures and architectural remains. Today, Lepenski Vir is both archaeological site and museum, where visitors can walk among reconstructed houses and view the enigmatic stone figures. Their presence continues to provoke wonder, bridging 8 millennia of human history. The sculptures have inspired modern interpretations in art, literature, and anthropology. To some, they embody primal myths of water and transformation, symbols of humanity's ancient relationship with rivers. To others, they represent early attempts to personify deities, precursors of later pantheons. Their fish-human forms resonate with myths worldwide: mermaids, river gods, amphibious ancestors, suggesting universal themes of boundary crossing. Lepenski Vir thus connects local ritual with global archetypes, reminding us that hybrid beings have always symbolized the mysteries of existence. What remains most striking is the sense of intentionality. The people of Lepenski Vir did not carve casually. They selected river boulders, shaped them with care, and placed them within specific contexts in houses. The sculptures were part of life's architecture, as essential as hearths and roofs. Their repeated forms suggest shared meaning, carried across generations. They were not decorations but declarations, embodying a worldview where river and spirit, fish and human were one. Modern visitors often remark on the expressive power of the sculptures. Their wide mouths and staring eyes seem both haunting and familiar, as if they gaze back across millennia. The abstraction enhances their universality. They are not portraits but archetypes, faces of river gods or ancestral spirits. Their ambiguity is their strength, allowing each viewer to sense meaning without resolving it fully. The Lepenski Vir sculptures remain rare survivors from a time before writing, cities, or metal. They tell us that even in the Mesolithic, communities invested in symbolic art, ritual, and architecture. They remind us that the human impulse to create meaning is ancient, not limited to later civilizations. These fish-human figures, carved from river stone, embody both the mystery of the past and the continuity of human imagination. As the Danube continues to flow past the site, the sculptures remind us that rivers are more than resources. They are lifelines of culture and spirit. Lepenski Vir's people understood this deeply, carving their belief into stone, placing it at the heart of their homes and linking it with their dead. Their sculptures remain as markers of this vision, guardians of a worldview where life flowed with the river and death merged with its currents. The story of Lepenski Vir closes not with a solution, but with recognition that even 8,000 years ago, humans carved symbols of power and transformation, embedding their lives in ritual and stone. The fish-human hybrids still sit in quiet rows, their mouths open, their eyes unblinking, carrying a message that bridges past and present. Another mystery awaits beyond, but these carvings remind us that humanity has always sought to embody the sacred in form, to carve identity into stone, to find permanence amid the flow of rivers. Archaeologists did not expect to be confronted with faces that looked both human and unfamiliar. When they excavated Neolithic layers at sites along the Danube, especially at Vinca Bordo, near modern Belgrade, they uncovered clay figurines whose heads were shaped in strange ways. Some seemed to wear coverings that resembled helmets, others had features obscured as if hidden by masks, and still others displayed elongated forms marked with patterns unlike anything seen in natural faces. These figurines, crafted around 5,500 years before the Common Era, belong to the Vinca culture, one of Europe's most advanced Neolithic societies. Their unsettling strangeness continues to provoke questions about what they meant to the people who shaped them. The Vinca culture thrived from approximately 5,700 to 4,500 years before the Common Era, spreading across much of the Balkans. Its settlements were unusually large for their time, some housing hundreds of structures arranged in orderly layouts with signs of social coordination. Archaeologists have long admired the sophistication of this culture, early metallurgy, intricate ceramics, and a symbolic system that some suggest may have been a precursor to writing. Yet the figurines remain its most enigmatic legacy. Thousands have been found across Vinca sites, depicting seated figures, standing postures, and hybrids with exaggerated features. The subset that appears masked or helmeted stands apart, resisting straightforward interpretation even after decades of study. Each figurine is small enough to be held in the hand, often ranging from 10 to 30 centimeters in height. Yet their presence is outsized, commanding attention with their bold features. Many are seated on small stools, their arms resting on knees in positions of composure and authority. Others stand upright, their hips wide, torsos marked with incisions that may represent clothing or adornment. The heads, however, are what draw the eye. They are flattened into triangular planes, stretched into elongated ovals, or given rounded domes with slits for eyes. Some are smooth, resembling helmets, while others carry protrusions like beaks or muzzles. The impression is one of intentional concealment, as if the true face is hidden beneath a covering. The placement of these figurines within settlements underscores their role in daily life. They were not isolated in temples, but found within houses, near hearths, and in storage pits. This suggests that they were part of domestic ritual, integrated into the rhythm of ordinary existence. The fact that many were deliberately broken adds to the sense of ritual use. Objects with sacred power are often killed in ceremonies, ensuring that their energy is released or their cycle completed. The figurines of Vinca seem to have followed this pattern, created, used, and intentionally shattered as part of their lifespan. Interpretations of the masked faces are diverse. Some scholars argue that they represent actual masks worn in ritual performances. Across cultures, masks allow humans to take on roles of spirits, animals, or deities, creating a liminal state where identity is transformed. If the figurines depict masked ritual participants, they could be small reminders of ceremonies where individuals crossed into other states of being. Others propose that the figurines represent deities themselves, beings whose visages were intentionally strange to emphasize their otherworldly nature. The exaggerated eyes, bird-like beaks, or smooth helmets would then not be coverings but divine features. Another interpretation links the figurines to ancestor veneration. By disguising or transforming faces, the figurines may have symbolized the transition from individual identity to collective ancestral power. The mask or helmet would then signal that the figure is no longer a living person, but a being of spiritual authority. This interpretation resonates with the practice of burying the dead within houses at some Neolithic sites, suggesting that the boundary between family, ancestor, and deity was fluid. The Vinca culture is already famous for its symbolic markings. Some figurines and pottery bear signs that resemble writing, repeated motifs, lines, and symbols that some researchers have called the Vinca script. While scholars debate whether these marks truly constitute writing, their existence reveals a society deeply invested in communication through symbols. The masked figurines fit neatly into this pattern, embodying meaning that may have been readily understood by their creators, but remains opaque to us. The artistry of the figurines demonstrates both technical skill and symbolic vision. Crafted from local clay, they were modeled by hand, smoothed, and sometimes painted with pigments. Incised lines create patterns across torsos and limbs, possibly representing textiles, jewelry, or ceremonial regalia. The heads, with their striking masks, are often the most carefully shaped, as though emphasis was placed on transforming the human visage into something extraordinary. This act of transformation may itself have been the point: to take the ordinary clay body and remake its face into an image of the sacred. Comparisons with neighboring cultures provide context but not full explanation. In Anatolia, Çatalhöyük produced seated goddess figurines, often interpreted as fertility symbols. In the Near East, clay figurines were common as domestic idols. Yet the Vinca figurines are distinct. Their masks and helmets have few direct parallels, making them stand out as uniquely Balkan expressions of Neolithic ritual. They suggest a worldview where divinity was not depicted in natural human form but through deliberate obscuration, emphasizing the strangeness of the sacred. Some modern commentators, influenced by their helmet-like appearance, have speculated that the figurines represent ancient astronauts, beings in suits or headgear. While archaeologists dismiss these claims as sensational, the fact that the figurines invite such interpretations speaks to their uncanny quality. They look like beings from elsewhere, their masked faces unlike anything in familiar human representation. This ambiguity is part of their allure. The figurines also raise questions about gender and identity. Many display broad hips and breasts, features traditionally associated with fertility. Others are more ambiguous, their masks obscuring markers of sex. This ambiguity may have been intentional, signaling that the figures represented roles or archetypes rather than individuals. Masks, after all, allow one to transcend personal identity. The figurines may thus embody the idea of transformation beyond gender, representing states of being more than persons. The settlements where these figurines were found were advanced in many respects. Houses were laid out in rows, some rebuilt repeatedly over centuries, suggesting continuity of place and lineage. Communities practiced agriculture, herding, and early metallurgy, producing copper ornaments alongside stone tools. Within this material sophistication, the figurines reveal a symbolic sophistication equally remarkable. They demonstrate that Neolithic life was not only about survival, but also about creating meaning, crafting rituals, and embodying beliefs in tangible form. The deliberate breaking of figurines adds another layer of mystery. Some were fractured in ways that suggest intentional ritual destruction rather than accidental breakage. This may reflect cycles of ritual use, where figurines were created for specific ceremonies and then destroyed to release their power. Such practices are known in many cultures, where sacred objects are not meant to last forever but to serve in a single moment of transformation. The fragments then become part of the archaeological record, mute yet resonant with lost meaning. Modern viewers encountering these figurines often remark on their modern appearance. Their geometric forms and masked faces seem closer to abstract art of the 20th century than to Neolithic craft. This timeless quality enhances their impact, bridging millennia with shapes that still provoke curiosity. It reminds us that art and symbolism have always transcended the boundaries of their own time, resonating with future generations in unexpected ways. The figurines also suggest a broader social role. If they represented masked participants in ceremonies, they may reflect the importance of ritual specialists or shamans within Vinca society. If they embodied deities or ancestors, they indicate a cosmology where the sacred was ever present in homes. In either case, the figurines reveal a society where ritual permeated daily life, where households were centers not only of work and family but also of sacred practice. Archaeologists continue to debate their meaning, yet perhaps their very ambiguity is essential. Masks, after all, conceal as much as they reveal. The figurines may have been intended to resist simple interpretation, embodying the idea that the sacred is always partly hidden. Their masked faces confront us with the limits of knowledge, reminding us that some aspects of ancient ritual were designed to remain opaque, known only to initiates. The Vinca figurines with masks remain some of the most fascinating artifacts of European prehistory. They challenge assumptions about the simplicity of Neolithic life, showing that symbolic complexity was already flourishing thousands of years before written history. They remind us that people of the past, no less than today, grappled with identity, transformation, and the mysteries of existence. Their masks embody that struggle, concealing and revealing, human and beyond human, familiar and strange. Today, many of these figurines are displayed in museums, their small forms carefully preserved behind glass. Visitors peer at their triangular faces and helmet-like heads, trying to imagine the rituals that once animated them. The figurines do not answer, but their silence is powerful. They remain messengers from a time when clay was shaped not only into pots for food, but into beings that embodied mystery itself. The Vinca people left no texts to explain their intentions. What remains are these fragile figurines, their masked faces staring across time. Their survival is itself a miracle, clay hardened by fire lasting through millennia of change. Their meaning is uncertain, but their impact is undeniable. They show us that 5,000 years before the Common Era, humans were already creating images that unsettled, provoked, and invited reflection. The figurines with masks end this part of the journey not with resolution, but with the recognition that mystery itself is part of heritage. They remind us that some truths are meant to remain hidden, their power lying not in explanation but in imagination. Another chapter waits, but the figurines hold their place as guardians of the unknown, clay bodies with concealed faces, enduring enigmas of the European Neolithic. It was not a monumental stone circle or a chambered tomb that revealed itself first on the island of Orkney, but something far smaller. During excavation at the site of Links of Noltland on the island of Westray in 2009, archaeologists brushed away soil to find a tiny carved figure, no more than 4 centimeters tall, fashioned from sandstone. At first glance it looked simple, even crude, but closer inspection revealed details that set it apart. A suggestion of eyes, arms folded across a body, and incised lines that seemed to represent clothing. This little figure, soon nicknamed the Orkney Venus, is one of the oldest representations of a human ever found in Scotland, predating Stonehenge by millennia and offering a rare glimpse into the symbolic world of Neolithic Britain. The discovery occurred at a site already known for its importance. links of Noltland preserves evidence of a settlement dating from around 3,000 years before the Common Era. A community of farmers who built houses of stone, tended crops and animals, and left behind traces of a life both practical and ceremonial. The Orkney Islands are famous for monuments such as Saqqara Brae, the Ring of Brodgar and Maeshowe, all part of a World Heritage landscape. Yet the Orkney Venus is distinct. Unlike megalithic architecture, it is portable, personal and intimate, a carved object that could be held in the hand, carried in a pocket, or placed within a home. Its very scale shifts perspective from communal monumentality to individual expression. The figurine is carved from a small piece of sandstone, its head suggested by a rounded top, its arms indicated by shallow incisions folded across the front. 2 dots mark eyes, while a series of cross-hatched lines suggest clothing or ornamentation. There is no clear emphasis on sexual features, unlike the famous Venus figurines of Paleolithic Europe such as those of Willendorf or Lespugue. Instead, the Orkney Venus presents a more ambiguous form, neither overtly male nor female, human yet abstract. This ambiguity contributes to its fascination. For archaeologists, the figurine raises questions about symbolism in Neolithic Britain. Human representations are rare in this period. Megalithic art, such as carvings at Newgrange in Ireland or in the chambered tombs of Orkney, tends toward abstract spirals, chevrons, and geometric motifs rather than depictions of people. The Orkney Venus, with its clear, anthropomorphic form, therefore stands out as unusual. It suggests that the people of Westray engaged in representational art more directly than previously believed. Interpretations vary. Some see the figurine as a household deity, a protective charm meant to watch over a family or settlement. Others propose that it represented an ancestor, a miniature embodiment of lineage and continuity. The incised lines suggesting clothing may indicate social identity, perhaps even recording a specific garment or role within the community. The absence of overt sexual characteristics challenges the assumption that all prehistoric figurines were fertility symbols, showing instead that identity could be represented in more complex ways. The broader context of links of Noltland enhances interpretation. Excavations have revealed stone-built houses with hearths, storage spaces, and midden deposits. Evidence of farming, fishing, and animal husbandry points to a well-established community. The figurine may have been created within this domestic context, used in household ritual rather than large-scale ceremony. Its small scale and portability imply personal use, perhaps carried as an amulet or placed in specific contexts during rites of passage, fertility rituals, or seasonal ceremonies. The craftsmanship, though simple, reveals intentionality. The carver chose a suitable piece of sandstone, shaped it into a recognizable form, and incised details that transformed it from a pebble into a human representation. The dots for eyes, minimal yet deliberate, animate the figure, while the folded arms convey posture. Despite its size, the figurine possesses presence, inviting the viewer to recognize personhood within abstraction. The name Orkney Venus reflects both continuity and contrast with earlier traditions. Paleolithic Venus figurines, carved from stone, ivory, or clay, tens of thousands of years earlier, emphasize exaggerated female forms. The Orkney Venus, by contrast, downplays sexuality and emphasizes posture and clothing. Its inclusion within the Venus category highlights the broader human impulse to create small figurines representing people, while its distinctiveness shows the variety of meanings such figurines could hold. The figurine's age predates Stonehenge and many other iconic monuments of Britain. This places it in a formative period of Neolithic society, when farming was spreading, communities were building permanent settlements, and symbolic systems were emerging. The Orkney Venus may thus represent an early stage in the symbolic vocabulary of Britain, a precursor to later monumental art. Its rarity underscores its significance. Very few anthropomorphic figurines survive from this era in Britain, making this a precious glimpse into a largely invisible symbolic world. Archaeologists have found parallels in Europe, though not exact matches. Figurines from Neolithic contexts in southeastern Europe, such as those of the Vinca culture, show elaborate anthropomorphic forms with masks or stylized features. In contrast, the Orkney Venus is minimal, closer to abstract suggestion than detailed representation. This may reflect cultural differences in how communities expressed identity and divinity. Where some emphasized elaborate symbolism, others preferred subtle, compact forms. The figurine also invites reflection on ritual practices. Small anthropomorphic figures often serve as focal points in ceremonies, whether as representations of deities, ancestors, or participants. They can be used in teaching, storytelling, or initiation. The Orkney Venus, found within a settlement, may have functioned as a teaching tool for myths, a protective figure for a household, or a symbolic participant in seasonal rituals tied to farming cycles. Its exact role remains elusive, but its intentional form ensures that it carried meaning recognized by its creators. The discovery of the figurine had immediate resonance in Scotland. It captured public imagination, symbolizing the depth of Orkney's prehistoric heritage. Unlike massive monuments requiring travel and context, the Orkney Venus was small, portable, and intimate, something anyone could imagine holding. It provided a personal connection to the distant past, a reminder that Neolithic people were not only builders of great monuments, but also creators of small objects imbued with meaning. The figurine also challenges assumptions about gender in prehistoric art. By lacking overt sexual features, it avoids the easy classification as a fertility goddess. Instead, it opens possibilities. Perhaps it was male, female, or neither. Perhaps it represented a role, a story, or an ancestor rather than a universal archetype. This ambiguity reflects the complexity of Neolithic societies, reminding us that identity was as multifaceted then as now. The context of Orkney adds richness to interpretation. These islands contain some of the most remarkable Neolithic monuments in Europe, from village settlements to ceremonial complexes. The Orkney Venus complements this landscape by showing that symbolism operated at both monumental and miniature scales. Just as the Ring of Brodgar marked cosmic cycles in stone, the Orkney Venus may have marked personal or household cycles in miniature. Both scales coexisted, reflecting a culture that invested in meaning at every level of life. In museums today, the Orkney Venus is displayed as one of Scotland's most important prehistoric finds. Visitors often linger over its tiny form, surprised that such a small object carries such weight. Its power lies in its rarity and its ambiguity, allowing each viewer to project meaning onto it while recognizing that it carried deep significance for its creators. The figurine thus continues to function symbolically, not only for its original community, but for ours. The survival of the figurine across 5,000 years is remarkable. Carved from sandstone, it could easily have been lost, broken, or eroded. Its preservation reminds us of the fragility of prehistoric material culture. Countless other figurines may have been made, used, and lost, leaving only this rare survivor to speak for them. Its survival is both accident and gift, allowing us a glimpse into a symbolic tradition otherwise invisible. For scholars, the figurine remains a puzzle. It refuses easy classification, resisting the categories of fertility goddess, idol, or toy. It embodies ambiguity, and perhaps that is its essence. Masks, minimal features, folded arms, these convey universality rather than specificity. The Orkney Venus may have been meant to embody multiple roles, shifting meaning depending on context. Its power lies in its adaptability, its ability to carry meaning without fixing it. The figurine's presence adds to the broader narrative of Neolithic Europe. Across the continent, communities created figurines, monuments, and symbols to express identity, belief, and continuity. The Orkney Venus links Britain to this wider tradition, showing that even in the far north, people engaged in symbolic practices equal in depth to those of the Mediterranean or Balkans. It demonstrates that Neolithic Britain was not peripheral, but central to the shared human impulse toward representation. Its small form continues to inspire reflection. In the midst of monumental architecture, here is a reminder that meaning can also be carried in the palm of a hand. The Orkney Venus is not grand in scale, but it is profound in implication. It embodies the human drive to create symbols, to carve identity into stone, to preserve meaning through time. What lingers after study of the Orkney Venus is not certainty, but possibility. The figurine opens doors to imagination, allowing us to wonder about rituals, identities, and beliefs long vanished. It is a survivor of a world that left few personal representations, a fragile echo of Neolithic thought. Its presence is both rare and powerful, inviting us to recognize the depth of prehistoric symbolism even in the smallest of forms. Though modest in size, the Orkney Venus belongs among the most important artifacts of Europe's Neolithic age. It tells us that representation was not absent, only rare, and that communities expressed identity in ways both monumental and miniature. Its survival bridges millennia, allowing us to connect across time to people who lived, farmed, and dreamed in the Northern Isles. The figure carved from sandstone closes this chapter with quiet authority. Its folded arms, incised lines, and simple face carry meaning that no longer needs to be explained in full to be felt. Another mystery waits ahead, but the Orkney Venus remains as a reminder that even the smallest objects can hold immense symbolic weight, linking lives separated by thousands of years through the persistence of human imagination. At the heart of the Andes, in a temple whose corridors twist like a labyrinth, a single granite monolith rises from the floor, carved on every side with images that seem at once human, animal, and entirely beyond either. This colossal figure, known today as the Lanzon stela, was the central deity of the Chavin culture more than 2.5 millennia ago. Its fanged mouth, talon-like hands, and eyes that stare in two directions make it one of the most striking religious icons of the ancient Americas. The Lanzon was not simply a carving, but the axis of a spiritual world, hidden deep inside a temple complex designed to confuse the senses, terrify initiates, and awe worshippers who entered its darkened chambers. The Chavin culture flourished in the highlands of modern Peru between 900 and 200 years before the Common Era. Centered at Chavin de Huantar, a ceremonial site located where mountain valleys converge, the culture became renowned for its art, architecture, and religious influence. Archaeologists often describe it as the first great horizon culture of the Andes, meaning that its style and ideology spread widely across different regions, uniting diverse groups under a shared system of symbols. At the core of this system stood the Lanzon, a granite idol more than 4.5 meters tall, set in a cruciform chamber within the temple's old temple. The name Lanzon comes from the Spanish word for lance or spear, given by early explorers who thought its tall, pointed shape resembled a weapon. Yet to the Chavin, it was nothing less than the embodiment of divinity. Carved from a single block of granite, the stela combines multiple forms: feline fangs, serpent hair, clawed hands, and human limbs twisted into impossible postures. The figure's eyes gaze in two directions, upward and sideways at once, an intentional distortion that defies natural vision. Its mouth curves into both smile and snarl, suggesting both benevolence and menace. The body is contorted, as if seen from multiple perspectives simultaneously, a hallmark of Chavin artistic style. To reach the Lanzon, worshippers had to pass through narrow corridors within the temple, passages deliberately constructed to confuse. Light scarcely penetrated. The only illumination came from torches carried by priests. Sounds echoed in strange ways, and underground canals channeled rushing water to produce roaring noises. Within this sensory environment, the sudden appearance of the towering idol, its fanged face glinting in torchlight, must have produced overwhelming awe. The Lanzon was thus not only an object, but the centerpiece of an entire ritual experience designed to unsettle and transform. The carving is dense with symbolism. Snakes coil across its body, transforming into hair or eyebrows. Hands end in talons, suggesting predatory power. The mouth bears long, curving fangs, unmistakably feline, likely representing the jaguar, an apex predator revered throughout the ancient Americas. The blending of human and animal forms creates a being that transcends categories, embodying the dualities of the world, day and night, life and death, predator and prey. The upward and sideways eyes may symbolize the capacity to see in multiple realms at once, divine vision encompassing both the earthly and the supernatural. Archaeologists believe the Lanzon represented the principal deity of the Chavin religion, sometimes described as the smiling god or staff deity. This figure appears repeatedly in Chavin art, holding staffs or surrounded by serpents, merging human and animal forms. The Lanzon is the largest and most central expression of this deity, positioned at the heart of the temple as its spiritual axis. Some scholars suggest that the idol functioned as an oracle, its chamber used by priests to deliver divine pronouncements. The narrow passages may have allowed voices to carry mysteriously, so that worshippers heard commands issuing from the stone itself. The role of the Lanzon in ritual was both theatrical and transformative. Initiates may have been led through the labyrinthine corridors in darkness, disoriented by sound and confined space. When they finally confronted the towering idol, they were brought face to face with a vision of divinity unlike any human form. The experience would have impressed upon them the power of the Chavin priesthood, the authority of the deity, and the connection between human life and cosmic order. The artistic style of the Lanzon reflects broader themes in Chavin art, often described as contour rivalry. Lines within the carving can be read in multiple ways. One shape may represent both an eye and a serpent head, depending on perspective. This deliberate ambiguity forces the viewer to shift perception, to see beyond the obvious into hidden layers. Such visual puzzles mirror the religious philosophy of Chavin, which emphasized transformation, duality, and the coexistence of opposites. The Lanzon embodies these principles not only in its imagery, but in its very form, demanding that viewers question what they see. The temple complex surrounding the Lanzon amplifies its significance. Chavin de Huantar was constructed in stages, with the old temple housing the stela at its core. Later additions expanded the site into plazas, platforms, and new temples. The architecture channels water through underground canals, creating roaring sounds that reverberate through chambers. Staircases lead to confusing passageways designed to disorient. The Lanzon's placement within this environment ensures that it is both hidden and central, accessible only through ritual movement. Its secrecy heightened its power, for only initiates and priests could stand in its presence. The religious system represented by the Lanzon spread widely. Iconography of the staff deity appears in distant regions, from highland sites to coastal valleys. This suggests that Chavin served as a religious center, drawing pilgrims who experienced the awe of the Lanzon and carried its imagery back to their own communities. In this way, the monolith was not only a local idol but a symbol of cultural unification, a touchstone for a shared Andean worldview. Interpretations of the Lanzon vary. Some scholars emphasize its role as an agricultural deity, ensuring fertility of crops through its power. Others see it as a cosmic axis, connecting heaven, earth, and underworld in a single vertical form. The stela's pointed shape, anchored in the ground and reaching upward, supports this interpretation as a world axis. Still others focus on its role in initiation, where encounters with the idol symbolize transformation, a passage from ordinary existence into sacred knowledge. Whatever the precise meaning, the Lanzon's central placement and elaborate design leave no doubt of its supreme importance. The sensory aspects of Chavin ritual cannot be overstated. Archaeological evidence of hallucinogenic snuff tubes and paraphernalia suggests that altered states of consciousness were part of ceremonies. Under such influence, the labyrinth, the rushing water, the torchlight, and finally the sight of the Lanzon would have created a profound religious experience. The idol thus functioned not only as an object of worship, but as part of an orchestrated sequence designed to overwhelm and inspire awe. The Lanzon's durability has preserved it across millennia. Carved from granite, set deep within protective chambers, it has remained standing even as temples crumbled above it. Today, visitors to Chavin de Huantar can still enter the underground passages and encounter the stela, much as worshippers did more than 2,000 years ago. The experience remains powerful, the figure's strange gaze undiminished by time. The carving's survival allows modern scholars to appreciate the sophistication of Chavin religion. The blending of human and animal, the use of ambiguity, the architectural staging of ritual, all reveal a complex system of thought. The Lanzon is not simply an idol but a statement of philosophy, that divinity transcends categories, that transformation is central to life, and that true vision requires seeing in more than one way. The idol also raises questions about authority. The Chavin priests who controlled access to the Lanzon wielded immense power. By guiding initiates through disorienting rituals, by speaking with the voice of the idol, by mediating between worshippers and deity, they positioned themselves as essential intermediaries. The Lanzon thus not only embodied divine power, but reinforced social hierarchy, legitimizing the authority of those who claimed to speak for it. In the broader history of the Andes, the Lanzon occupies a foundational place. Later cultures such as the Moche, Nazca, and Inca developed their own religious systems, yet many elements, fanged deities, duality, axis mundi, can be traced back to Chavin. The Lanzon represents an early articulation of themes that would shape Andean spirituality for centuries. Its influence reached far beyond its granite chamber, becoming part of the cultural DNA of the region. Modern visitors who encounter the Lanzon often remark on its strangeness. Its contorted form, its multiple perspectives, its fusion of human and animal features defy immediate comprehension. Yet this was precisely the point: to confront worshippers with a being that could not be reduced to ordinary categories, to force them to acknowledge the existence of powers beyond human understanding. The idol's ambiguity is its strength, conveying the mystery of divinity through complexity rather than simplicity. The Lanzon remains in situ, still standing in the old temple chamber where it was placed more than 2,000 years ago. This continuity is rare. Many ancient monuments have been moved, broken, or lost. To see the Lanzon is to see what Chavin worshippers saw, to stand where they stood, to sense the awe that must have filled the chamber. It is a direct link across time, preserved by stone and by the determination of those who still guard the site. The granite idol endures as a reminder that the search for meaning has always involved both creation and transformation. The Chavin carved their deity not in human likeness, but in hybrid form, not in open plazas, but in hidden chambers, not as comfort, but as awe. The Lanzon embodies these choices, remaining one of the most powerful expressions of ancient religion in the Americas. What closes this part is not resolution, but recognition of what the idol still represents. In its fanged mouth and serpent hair, in its upward and sideways gaze, it holds a vision of the world where power lay in transformation, where divinity was not simple but layered, and where human beings confronted the unknown with ritual and stone. Another mystery waits beyond, yet the Lanzon remains in its granite chamber, continuing to embody the awe of a people who built their world around its unyielding presence. When archaeologists first began carefully removing layers of earth from Denisovan Cave in Siberia's Altai Mountains, they were already familiar with the usual catalogue of Ice Age finds: stone flakes, animal bones, fragments of hearths. What they did not expect to discover were tools that seemed to leap centuries ahead of their time. From the soil emerged elongated pieces of bone, polished to a smooth finish, with perfectly rounded holes drilled cleanly through one end. Some reached lengths greater than 10 centimeters, making them far larger than any typical sewing needle. These giant needles, crafted more than 50,000 years ago, stunned researchers not only by their size, but by the precision of their workmanship, challenging long-held assumptions about the skills of ancient human relatives. Denisovan Cave itself is no ordinary site. Overlooking the Anoy River, it has served as a shelter for hundreds of thousands of years, its stratified layers preserving an unparalleled record of human history. The cave is divided into several chambers, each filled with sediments that accumulated slowly over millennia. Every handful of soil contains clues, stone tools, ornaments, bones of animals hunted and eaten, and fossils of the humans who once lived there. In 2008, the site made headlines worldwide when a fragment of a child's finger bone was sequenced and revealed to belong to a previously unknown type of human, the Denisovans. Since then, the cave has become one of the most important archaeological locations in the world, a place where traces of Neanderthals, Denisovans, and modern humans overlap. Amid this extraordinary archive, the discovery of giant bone needles stands out. Carved from the long bones of birds and large mammals, these tools were carefully shaped into slender, tapering forms, their surfaces polished to remove rough edges. The eyes of the needles, the small circular perforations that allow thread or sinew to pass through, were drilled with astonishing precision. Even under magnification, the holes show smooth edges, with no evidence of splintering. For modern archaeologists familiar with the difficulty of drilling into bone with primitive stone tools, the achievement is remarkable. It suggests not only dexterity but an intimate understanding of material properties and tool-making techniques. The sheer size of these needles is the first detail that captures attention. Unlike the small, delicate sewing needles used in later millennia for cloth or fine leather, the Denisovan needles are oversized. Some are twice the length of typical Paleolithic needles, robust enough to pierce thick hides. This suggests they were not intended for intricate embroidery, but for working with heavy materials, furs, multiple layers of leather, or even plant fibers woven into mats. In the harsh climate of Siberia, where winters are long and bitterly cold, such clothing would have been essential. The needles reveal a community that not only survived but adapted creatively, developing tools to meet the specific demands of their environment. Yet their significance extends beyond practical use. The act of sewing itself is a remarkable technological leap. To stitch hides together requires not only a sharp point but thread, whether sinew, gut, or plant fiber. It requires planning, patience, and skill. Sewing allows clothing to fit closely to the body, providing far greater insulation than draped skins. It permits the layering of garments, the creation of tailored outfits, and the crafting of containers or shelters from stitched hides. The presence of needles in Denisova Cave demonstrates that its inhabitants possessed a level of technological sophistication that transformed survival strategies. When compared with other early human groups, the Denisovan achievement becomes even clearer. Neanderthals produced bone tools, but evidence of drilled sewing needles is rare. Modern Homo sapiens are known to have created needles with eyes around 40,000 years ago, but the Denisovan examples predate these by at least 10,000 years. In other words, the Denisovan artisans were among the earliest known needle makers, their tools representing a technological milestone in human history. The implications are profound. For decades, archaeologists argued that modern human behavior, symbolic thought, advanced technology, complex social structures emerged suddenly with Homo sapiens during the Upper Paleolithic period. The Denisovan needles undermine that neat narrative. They demonstrate that other human lineages were also innovators, capable of precision, foresight, and artistry. The boundary between archaic and modern humans grows increasingly blurred in light of such discoveries. The needles themselves speak of more than survival. They hint at social worlds where knowledge was transmitted, where skills were taught, and where tools were valued as more than disposable items. To create a needle of polished bone, one had to select the right material, shape it carefully, drill an eye without breaking it, and finish the surface. This required not only practice, but teaching. The presence of multiple needles across different layers of the cave suggests that these skills were passed down across generations, becoming part of cultural tradition. Symbolic interpretations add another dimension. Clothing is rarely only functional. It carries meaning, signaling identity, status, or belonging. Denisovans may have sewn garments not only for warmth, but to distinguish members of their group, to mark stages of life, or to embody ritual significance. The needles themselves, especially those larger than necessary for ordinary sewing, may have served symbolic roles. Their size could indicate that they were ceremonial objects, perhaps used in initiation rituals or as markers of prestige. The broader assemblage of artifacts from Denisova Cave supports this view. Alongside the needles, archaeologists have uncovered beads, pendants, and a striking bracelet of polished green chlorite with an expertly drilled hole. These objects reveal an aesthetic sensibility and a symbolic vocabulary extending beyond bare survival. The needles fit into this pattern as both practical tools and possible symbols, embodying the dual role of technology and meaning in human culture. The environmental context makes their importance even clearer. 50,000 years ago, Siberia was a demanding place. Winters were long, summers short, and resources scarce. Surviving such conditions required not just brute strength, but ingenuity. Sewing needles enabled tailored clothing that insulated efficiently, making it possible to hunt, gather, and travel even in severe cold. They allowed expansion into areas that would otherwise have been uninhabitable. In this way, the needles were not only tools but keys to adaptation, part of the broader human mastery of diverse environments. Microscopic analysis of the drilled eyes has fascinated researchers. The holes are remarkably regular, with smooth walls suggesting careful rotation of a sharp point. This implies that Denisovans had refined techniques for boring into bone, techniques requiring both precision and patience. Replicating such holes with stone tools is difficult, highlighting the extraordinary skill involved. Whether achieved with stone points, sand abrasion, or other methods, the outcome reflects technological expertise that rivals much later developments. The Denisovan needles remind us that innovation does not belong to a single lineage. Too often, the story of human progress is told as a march of Homo sapiens toward modernity, with others fading into obscurity. Yet the needles demonstrate that Neanderthals, Denisovans, and likely other groups also contributed innovations, each experimenting, adapting, and creating. The history of humanity is not a straight line, but a braided river, with multiple channels flowing into the present. The survival of these fragile artifacts is itself extraordinary. Bone normally decays, yet the cool, dry conditions of Denisova Cave preserved them across tens of thousands of years. Their discovery allows us to see, almost directly, the handiwork of ancient artisans. To hold such a needle is to bridge an immense span of time, to connect with a Denisovan individual who once shaped it with care and purpose. The size of some needles suggests that they were not meant for ordinary stitching alone. Oversized tools may have functioned as prestige items, symbols of skill, or even ceremonial objects. In many cultures, tools are imbued with symbolic power, representing the ability to transform raw material into cultural artifact. The Denisovan needles, polished and enduring, may have served such a dual role, practical in some contexts, symbolic in others. The needles also raise questions about social life. If Denisovans sewed tailored clothing, they likely lived in groups where roles were specialized, where some individuals excelled at crafting tools while others focused on hunting or gathering. Teaching and learning would have been essential, creating intergenerational continuity. The needles thus speak of culture, of traditions carried forward, of communities bound by shared knowledge. Their significance continues in modern research. Genetic studies reveal that Denisovans interbred with both Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, leaving traces of DNA in present-day populations, particularly in Asia and Oceania. This means that their legacy is not only cultural but biological. The giant needles, tangible evidence of their ingenuity, remind us that the people who created them are not entirely gone. Their descendants live on in us. The story of the Denisovan needles expands the definition of humanity. Innovation, creativity, symbolic thought, these were not exclusive to Homo sapiens. Other human lineages shared them, developed them, and left behind objects that embody them. The needles of Denisova Cave are testimony to this shared heritage, to the richness and diversity of human expression across deep time. Seen today, the needles astonish not only for their age, but for their familiarity. They are recognizable tools, their form unchanged across millennia. A modern sewer could pick one up and understand its use instantly. This continuity across tens of thousands of years underscores the timelessness of human ingenuity. What a Denisovan artisan crafted with care in a cave in Siberia remains intelligible to us, bridging gaps of time, culture, and lineage. The needles endure as reminders of resilience. Fashioned more than 50 millennia ago, they continue to speak of adaptation, creativity, and connection. They tell us that survival was never merely about endurance, but about invention, about reshaping the natural world into something that could sustain human life. In the polished surfaces of bone, in the drilled precision of their eyes, we glimpse the essence of a lineage that thrived in unforgiving landscapes. And while Denisovans as a distinct group may have vanished, their tools remain as enduring witnesses. They stand quietly among the most astonishing artifacts of the Ice Age, proof that humanity's story has always been broader than any single lineage. Each discovery from Denisova Cave, whether bracelet, bead or needle, reminds us that the roots of innovation run deep, reaching into branches of our family tree that once seemed lost. What remains with us after considering these needles is not only admiration for their craftsmanship, but recognition of what they reveal. That ingenuity has always been part of our shared human journey, that complexity has never been confined to the present, and that even in a cave in Siberia 50,000 years ago, there were hands shaping bone into tools that transformed life. Another mystery lies ahead, but the needles remain, markers of skill and resilience that continue to illuminate the depths of time. Scorched stones and fragments of green-streaked ore once marked the heart of an ordinary-looking Neolithic settlement. To those who lived there, it was a place of work, ritual, and community. To us, it is evidence that people more than 7,000 years ago were already drawing copper from rock in the Balkan region, long before traditional timelines allow. The settlement is known as Plocnik, and its furnaces reveal a story of fire, ingenuity, and transformation that challenges what we thought we knew about the birth of metallurgy. The Vinca culture, which flourished across the central Balkans between 5,700 and 4,500 years before the Common Era, provides the larger context. These communities are remembered for their painted pottery, stylized figurines, and unusually large settlements, some of which were home to several thousand people. Among their many sites, Plocnik is especially remarkable. What distinguishes it is not only its scale, but the unmistakable evidence of copper smelting, a process that requires specialized knowledge and a mastery of fire far exceeding that used for cooking or heating. Fragments of clay furnaces uncovered at Plocnik show that these were not accidental fire pits. They were carefully designed installations with chambers for burning charcoal and ceramic pipes, known as tuyere, that directed air into the flames. This produced the intense temperatures required to smelt copper ore. The discovery of slag, the glassy waste left when metal separates from stone, proved that these fires reached over 1,000 degrees Celsius, hot enough to transform raw ore into usable metal. The sophistication of the process surprised researchers, for metallurgy in Europe was generally thought to have begun centuries later. The copper objects found at the site are small, pins, awls, beads, yet their significance is immense. To shape such items required not only smelting, but also hammering and annealing, techniques that prevent metal from cracking as it is worked. These steps suggest that Plocnik's inhabitants did not simply stumble upon copper, but practiced and refined the craft. The gleam of metal must have set these objects apart in a world otherwise dominated by stone, wood, and clay. Even the smallest bead would have carried symbolic weight, a sign of innovation and perhaps prestige. The everyday life of the settlement intertwined with these metallurgical activities. Houses with plastered floors, hearths for cooking, and storage areas for grain and animal products surrounded the spaces where furnaces once stood. Metallurgy was not an isolated pursuit, but part of community life. People farmed, herded, crafted pottery, and smelted ore, each activity feeding into the next. This integration suggests that metal was not a rare or secret substance reserved for elites, but something that gradually entered the daily fabric of Vinca society. Yet metallurgy inevitably reshaped social dynamics. The knowledge required to build furnaces, select ores, and manage high temperatures would have been held by specialists. These individuals may have commanded respect, not only for their technical skill, but for their ability to work with forces that seemed close to magical. To transform dull stone into shining copper was to reveal hidden potential in nature, an act that blurred the boundary between the practical and the sacred. It is easy to imagine smelting accompanied by ritual, chants, or offerings, acknowledging the mysterious power of fire. Comparisons with other early metallurgy sites highlight Plocnik's importance. In Anatolia, places like Çatalhöyük and Kan Hasan show evidence of early copper use, but these are often limited to hammered native copper, not true smelting. In the Near Eastern deserts, mining and smelting became prominent somewhat later, around the 4th millennium before the Common Era. Plocnik, by contrast, shows that in the Balkans smelting was underway earlier than expected, developing in parallel rather than simply arriving from outside. This decentralizes the story of innovation, proving that different communities experimented independently with transforming materials. The technological leap represented by copper smelting cannot be overstated. Fire had long been used for warmth, cooking, and firing clay. But to build a furnace that could achieve sustained high heat required new ways of thinking. Clay walls had to be shaped and hardened, charcoal chosen as a fuel because of its density and efficiency, and airflow manipulated to feed combustion. Each of these steps reflects observation, trial and error, and the passing of knowledge from one generation to the next. Experimental archaeology has confirmed the feasibility of the process. Scholars have reconstructed Vinca-style furnaces, feeding them with charcoal and using clay tuyères to direct air. With bellows to pump oxygen, these furnaces reach temperatures above 1000 degrees Celsius, producing molten copper from malachite ore. The experiments showed that Plocnik's furnaces could indeed have functioned as intended, validating the interpretation of the archaeological evidence. Watching molten droplets form at the base of reconstructed furnaces provides a vivid glimpse of what Neolithic smelters must have seen: stone glowing and liquefying, metal separating and gleaming within the heat. Beyond the technical, the symbolic role of copper deserves equal attention. In many early cultures, the first metals carried meanings beyond function. Their color, shine, and malleability made them objects of wonder. At Plocnik, copper beads or ornaments may have served as amulets or prestige items. To wear copper was to display connection with the transformative powers of fire and earth. Even a small item might have carried enormous social significance, marking identity, status, or participation in ritual. The Vinca culture's wider achievements reinforce the impression of a society capable of such innovation. Their settlements were organized, with evidence of communal planning. Their ceramics were richly decorated, showing artistic sensibility. Their figurines, often with stylized or mask-like faces, reveal symbolic expression. Metallurgy fit naturally into this world, another dimension of creativity and meaning. Plocnik thus appears not as an anomaly, but as part of a broad tradition of ingenuity within the Balkans. Yet Plocnik also reminds us of the fragility of innovation. By the middle of the 5th millennium before the Common Era, the great Vinca settlements were abandoned. The reasons remain debated: climate stress, soil depletion, or social upheaval. But whatever the cause, the early metallurgy practiced at Plocnik did not continue without interruption. It vanished for centuries, to be rediscovered later by other cultures who carried it forward into the Bronze Age. This cycle of invention, disappearance, and reinvention challenges any simple narrative of linear progress. The copper objects from Plocnik, though small, embody vast implications. Each bead or pin is the product of an entire chain of knowledge: mining or collecting ore, transporting it, constructing furnaces, maintaining fire, smelting, hammering, annealing, and shaping. Each step required coordination, memory, and tradition. To hold one of these objects today is to connect with that chain, to feel the outcome of countless observations and experiments carried out by people whose names are long forgotten. The site itself continues to offer insights. Ongoing research examines the distribution of artifacts, the spatial arrangement of houses, and the relationship between metallurgy and other activities. Every layer of soil adds detail to the picture of life at Plocnik, revealing how Neolithic people lived, worked, and thought. The furnaces remain central, their fragments silent yet eloquent witnesses to a profound human breakthrough. In museums and reconstructions, visitors can now see replicas of Vinca houses, reconstructed furnaces, and displays of copper artifacts. These bring to life a world otherwise distant in time. One can imagine the glow of a furnace at dusk, smoke curling into the air, the sound of air rushing through pipes, and the anticipation as ore slowly yielded droplets of metal. Such scenes remind us that the beginnings of metallurgy were not abstract milestones but lived experiences, filled with heat, labor, and wonder. The broader significance of Plocnik lies in its challenge to assumptions. For decades, prehistory was told as a story of innovations spreading outward from a few centers: Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley. discoveries like Plocnik reveal a more complex picture, with multiple regions experimenting independently, achieving breakthroughs on their own terms. The Balkans, once considered peripheral, emerge as central to the dawn of metallurgy, their communities pioneering techniques that would later reshape the world. Copper at Plocnik was not yet the foundation of an economy or the backbone of armies. It was, however, a spark. It signaled that people were capable of reshaping the earth at a deeper level, of harnessing fire not only to cook or harden clay, but to create new materials. It marked a threshold in human imagination and ingenuity. From these first experiments would eventually come bronze weapons, iron plows, steel machines, and the industrial revolutions of later ages. The story of Plocnik lingers in the fragments left behind. Clay hardened by heat, slag fused from ore, copper beads smoothed by hands. Each fragment whispers of a community that dared to transform the earth, that looked at stone and saw potential for something more. In those fragments lies a legacy of innovation, one that belongs not only to the Balkans but to humanity as a whole. The settlement may be long abandoned, its people forgotten, but the traces of their furnaces endure. They remind us that breakthroughs often begin quietly, in villages rather than palaces, in experiments rather than monuments. Plocnik shows that the roots of technology run deep, back into the Neolithic, where people were already reshaping their world in ways that would reverberate for millennia. The fires they kindled have long gone out, yet their impact still burns in every metal object that followed. The timbers of a burial mound in Norway once concealed treasures that defied expectation. A great ship, textiles, wooden sleighs, carved animal head posts, and, among them, a cart of extraordinary beauty and mystery. More than a vehicle, the cart seemed to embody myth, ritual, and status. It was part of the Oseberg ship burial, uncovered in the early 20th century, one of the most magnificent archaeological finds of the Viking Age. The cart, with its elaborate carvings, draws our attention because it appears at the crossroads of technology and belief, function and symbolism. In its woodwork, we see not only craftsmanship, but also glimpses of a world where transport and ritual fused. The burial mound at Oseberg was raised in the year 834, covering a ship that contained the remains of 2 women, both laid to rest with extraordinary wealth. The vessel itself was nearly 70 feet long, its prow rising in elegant curves, and within it lay objects that spoke of prestige and ceremony, textiles of silk and wool, imported items from distant lands, animal bones and wooden artifacts filled the chamber. Among these, the cart stood out, not merely as an object of transport, but as an artistic masterpiece. Measuring nearly 6 feet in length, the cart had 4 wheels and a wooden frame that suggested it was meant for ceremonial use rather than rough travel. Its panels and sides were covered in carvings of writhing animals, interlaced designs, and scenes whose meanings remain debated. Horses would have pulled it, but its delicate build and ornamentation imply that it was designed for processions or rituals, not for journeys across rugged landscapes. The carvings themselves are captivating. Snakes twist into knots, animals lunge at one another, figures appear in threatening or dynamic poses. Some scholars interpret the scenes as depictions of mythological tales, perhaps relating to Norse gods and their battles. Others see them as abstract expressions of power and fear, images meant to awe and terrify. The style belongs to what is known as the Oseberg style, an early Viking art form characterized by flowing lines, interlaced animals, and a sense of constant movement. To understand the significance of the cart, one must consider the women buried with it. One was around 80 years old at death, the other in her 50s. Their status is evident in the richness of their grave goods. Some suggest one of them was a queen or priestess, a figure of immense power, perhaps even a ritual specialist who presided over ceremonies of fertility, death, or sacrifice. The cart may have played a role in such ceremonies, carrying sacred objects or even being drawn in processions to honor deities. The burial mound itself emphasizes ritual. The ship was placed within a chamber built of timber, then covered with earth and clay. This effort required organization and labor on a grand scale. The objects buried with the women were carefully arranged, suggesting a performance as much as a burial. Within this setting, the cart was not simply a possession, but part of a symbolic narrative about death, power, and the afterlife. archaeological preservation has allowed us to see the cart in remarkable detail. When uncovered in 1904, the wood was fragile, softened by centuries in damp earth. Conservators used alum to harden it, a method that unfortunately damaged some artifacts over time. Nevertheless, the cart was stabilized and reassembled, and today it is displayed in the Viking Ship Museum in Oslo, where visitors can admire its carvings and construction. Its survival offers an extraordinary window into Viking artistry and belief. Technically, the cart reflects impressive woodworking skills. Its wheels were built with precision, its joints carefully fitted, and its panels carved with remarkable control. The ability to fashion such an object shows the high level of craftsmanship available in Viking society. The cart's impracticality for rugged use, however, underscores its symbolic role. It was not designed to carry loads, but to embody ideas, prestige, myth, and the authority of those associated with it. The broader tradition of carts in ritual contexts provides useful parallels. In ancient Greece, sacred carts carried images of gods during festivals. In India, temple chariots transported idols in grand processions. Among Celtic and Germanic peoples, carts or wagons often held cult statues of deities, wheeled across landscapes as part of seasonal rites. Roman historians described carts dedicated to the goddess Nerthus, drawn through villages to mark sacred times. The Oseberg cart may belong to this wider tradition, serving as a vehicle of the sacred, a mobile altar that linked human community with divine power. The mythological associations hinted at in its carvings may also connect to this function. Norse mythology abounds with journeys of gods in carts. Thor drives a chariot pulled by goats, Freya by a boar, and Freyja by cats. To ride in or accompany such vehicles was to embody divine authority. The Oseberg cart's carvings of threatening creatures could be reminders of these myths, suggesting that the cart symbolized or invoked the powers of gods during ceremonies. Yet the cart's presence in a burial raises further questions. Was it buried as a possession of the deceased, a treasured object to accompany them into the afterlife? Or was it placed there as part of the ritual of burial itself, representing the journey from life to death? Some have suggested that the cart symbolized the women's role as priestesses, whose authority lay in their ability to mediate between worlds. In this interpretation, the cart was not a tool of earthly transport, but of spiritual passage. The cultural setting of the Oseberg burial underscores these possibilities. The Viking Age was a time of expansion, exploration, and religious intensity. Ritual and power were deeply intertwined, and symbols carried great weight. Burial mounds, ships, and grave goods were not simply markers of status, but statements about cosmology and identity. The Oseberg cart, placed within this grand burial, was part of a statement about who these women were and what they represented. The artistry of the carvings is central to their effect. The interlaced animals, biting and twisting, embody a style that communicates tension and vitality. Nothing is at rest. Every form is in motion. This aesthetic captures the Viking view of a world alive with forces both dangerous and divine. To behold such carvings during a ritual procession would have been to encounter the mythological realm embodied in wood. For participants, the cart was not simply an object, but a portal into stories, powers, and fears larger than themselves. The cart also raises questions about gender in Viking society. To find such an object buried with women suggests that women could hold extraordinary roles. If they were priestesses, queens, or leaders, their power was acknowledged through the inclusion of one of the most impressive ritual vehicles of the age. It challenges older assumptions that Viking society was purely male-dominated in ritual life. Instead, it suggests a more complex distribution of power, where women could embody sacred authority and participate in the most profound ceremonies. Comparisons with other Viking burials further highlight Oseberg's uniqueness. The Gokstad ship burial, also in Norway, contained a man of great status, accompanied by weapons, animals, and practical goods, but it lacked the same level of artistic splendor. Oseberg stands apart for its emphasis on ritual and symbolic artifacts, rather than military might. The cart epitomizes this difference. It was about ceremony, not war, about processions and rites, not conquest. Debates among scholars continue. Some argue that the carvings depict scenes from Ragnarok, the end of the world in Norse myth, with monstrous animals and apocalyptic struggle. Others think the imagery is more localized, tied to cult practices we can no longer reconstruct. Still others focus on the cart's role as an object of awe, its imagery meant to evoke fear and respect without necessarily depicting a specific story. In any case, the carvings resist simple explanation, keeping the cart shrouded in mystery. The cart's legacy extends beyond archaeology. In modern culture, it has become an icon of Viking art, often reproduced in books and exhibitions. It reminds us that the Vikings were not only raiders and sailors, but also artists and ritual specialists, capable of creating works of profound symbolic depth. The cart broadens our view of their world, showing the interplay of myth, ritual, and artistry at the heart of their society. To imagine the cart in use is to picture a procession across the Norwegian landscape, horses pulling the vehicle while carved panels caught the light. People may have walked alongside, singing, carrying offerings, or following in reverent silence. The cart's presence would have transformed the event, giving shape to the unseen forces of myth. It was both vehicle and spectacle, an instrument of ritual designed to impress upon participants the power of the sacred. The Oseberg cart is, at its heart, a paradox. Fragile yet imposing, practical in form but impractical in function. An object of transport that likely never carried anything ordinary. Its survival allows us to glimpse how the Vikings wove together art, belief, and ceremony. To stand before it today is to encounter not only wood and carving, but the atmosphere of ritual and myth that once surrounded it. What the cart tells us most clearly is that technology and symbolism were never separate in the Viking world. Wheels, axles, and joints were shaped not only for movement, but for meaning. A cart could be a tool, but it could also be a stage for myth, a vehicle of belief. The Oseberg cart embodies this fusion, making it one of the most remarkable artifacts of its age. Though centuries have passed since it last rolled, its carvings still speak. They invite us to consider the mingling of artistry and terror, ritual and daily life, human craftsmanship and divine imagination. The Oseberg cart was never merely a wagon, it was a moving statement of faith and power, and in that sense, its journey continues. A circle carved from oak more than 3 millennia ago still holds its form with remarkable clarity. Its edges are worn yet defined, its hub fashioned from ash, its planks fitted with care. This wheel, uncovered at Must Farm in Cambridgeshire, is the earliest known in Britain, a relic that turns the imagination toward Bronze Age engineering and the movement of people through landscapes long forgotten. To see it preserved is to be confronted by both the fragility of wood and the durability of human invention. The settlement where it was found was extraordinary in its own right. Built upon a water channel of the river Nene, the community stood on wooden stilts above the flow. Raised roundhouses, walkways, and platforms formed a network above the wetland. Around 1,100 years before the Common Era, fire swept through the structures. The burning timbers collapsed into the river mud below, sealing domestic objects in a protective layer of silt. In this way, a tragedy for its inhabitants became a miracle for archaeology. The wheel was among the objects saved by the mud, along with textiles, pottery, tools, and the remains of daily life. At nearly a meter in diameter, the wheel was large enough for use in a practical cart, yet carefully made to withstand weight and motion. Its solid design, constructed from fitted planks rather than spokes, suggests resilience was valued above speed. A central hub of ash provided the point for an axle, while oak gave strength to the wheel's body. Tool marks revealed careful shaping with bronze tools, a reminder of the craftsmanship of the age. This was not a crude experiment, but a finished product, evidence of a mature tradition of woodworking and vehicle design. To appreciate its significance, one must picture Bronze Age Britain not as an isolated island, but as part of a broader network of exchange. Metals, pottery styles, and ideas flowed across Europe, carried by traders, travelers, and migrants. Wheels had been invented centuries earlier in Mesopotamia, spreading gradually across continents. By the time of Must Farm, wheels and carts were known in many parts of Europe, but their survival in wood was almost unknown. Britain's damp soils rarely preserve such objects, making this discovery the first of its kind and an anchor point for understanding mobility in the northwestern fringes of the Bronze Age world. The wheel speaks not only of technology, but also of social organization. To build and use carts required more than wood and skill. It demanded domesticated animals strong enough to pull them, harnesses or yokes to connect them, and paths or tracks suitable for movement. It implied planning and cooperation, surplus production, and a community that valued transport. Each turn of the wheel was part of a larger system, a web of people, animals, and landscapes working together. The Must Farm settlement was no small hamlet. Its roundhouses contained evidence of weaving, cooking, storage, and craft. Ceramic vessels still held foodstuffs, their contents sealed by fire and mud. Loom weights and spindles revealed textile production, while bronze tools showed skilled metalwork. The wheel fit naturally into this world, where agriculture, craft, and trade combined. It might have carried grain harvested from surrounding fields, bundles of reeds for thatching, or timber for construction. It may also have transported goods for exchange, connecting Must Farm to nearby communities. Experimental reconstructions have deepened our understanding of such wheels. Archaeologists and craftspeople have built replicas, testing them on reconstructed carts. The results show that solid wooden wheels, though heavy, perform well on dirt tracks and soft ground. They lack the speed of spoked wheels but provide durability and strength. In the wetlands of eastern England, where Must Farm stood, such wheels would have been practical for short distances, carrying heavy loads across firm ground near waterways. Combined with boats for longer journeys, carts gave flexibility to transport systems. The craftsmanship visible in the Must Farm wheel is telling. Oak was chosen for its hardness and resilience, ash for its toughness and ability to absorb stress. Each piece was shaped with precision, the joins tight, the surfaces smoothed. Such attention to detail suggests a tradition of woodworking built upon generations of knowledge. The wheel was not an isolated invention, but part of a continuum of practice, evidence of accumulated skill and refined technique. The symbolism of the wheel deserves reflection as well. Across cultures, circles and cycles carry deep meanings. In the Bronze Age, where celestial movements guided agricultural calendars, the wheel may have resonated with ideas of turning seasons, cycles of life and death, or journeys through the world. While direct evidence of symbolic use at Must Farm is lacking, the universality of circular imagery invites speculation. Even as a practical object, the wheel could hardly have been free from metaphorical associations. The survival of textiles at Must Farm allows connections between the wheel and daily life to be imagined with unusual clarity. Woven cloth fragments show fine spinning and weaving, revealing households that valued skill and beauty. Pots, still containing grains or stews, reveal diets and meals. The wheel adds to this picture, completing the sense of a living community. It shows how movement and transport were part of everyday existence, how carts linked households, fields, and rivers. The broader archaeological context reinforces the wheel's importance. In Europe, wheeled vehicles appear in burials, carvings, and settlements. The Must Farm wheel aligns Britain with these developments, proving that its communities participated fully in technological currents. Rather than being peripheral, they were engaged in the same innovations that reshaped Europe. The wheel thus asserts Britain's place in the Bronze Age story, a land of ingenuity and connection rather than isolation. The discovery also forces us to reconsider how we imagine prehistoric Britain. Too often it is portrayed as static, insular, or primitive. The wheel contradicts this. It speaks of movement, interaction, and adaptation. It shows that people 3,000 years ago were mobile, resourceful, and inventive. Their world was dynamic, shaped by connections both near and far. The wheel embodies this dynamism, its circle turning in rhythm with trade, travel, and exchange. For archaeologists, the wheel was a revelation not only in its preservation, but in its context. To find it within a settlement, rather than in a burial or ritual deposit, grounded it in daily life. It was not symbolic alone, but practical, part of the routines of living. This adds weight to the picture of Must Farm as a living community, not just a ceremonial site. It was a place where people cooked, wove, raised families, and moved goods. The wheel belonged to that reality. The fire that destroyed the settlement may have been sudden, perhaps accidental, perhaps deliberate. Flames consumed wooden walls and thatched roofs, collapsing structures into the channel below. In that moment of destruction, the wheel was lost. Yet, in being lost, it was preserved. The mud that engulfed it shielded it from decay, allowing us to see it centuries later. This paradox of destruction and preservation lies at the heart of Must Farm's significance. Its loss became our gain, its tragedy our knowledge. The museum display of the wheel today conveys this paradox. Visitors see the circle of oak, darkened by time but intact. They read of its age, its context, its craftsmanship. For many, it is astonishing to realize that a wheel, so basic to our modern world, was already present in Britain 3,000 years ago. It bridges the distance between past and present, reminding us that even in distant ages, people shaped wood into circles that carried them forward. The scholarly debates continue. Was the wheel part of a simple farm cart, or did it belong to a vehicle used in more formal or communal settings? Was it used frequently or kept for special occasions? The wear patterns and tool marks are scrutinized for answers, each detail a clue to its life before the fire. Yet even without full certainty, the wheel's presence alone speaks volumes. It is proof of technology, mobility, and ingenuity in Bronze Age Britain. In reflecting upon the wheel, one senses its layered meanings. It was practical, carrying goods across tracks. It was symbolic, resonating with cycles and circles. It was social, embodying cooperation and specialization. It was technological, requiring knowledge and skill. All of these aspects combine in the object we see today, a circle of wood preserved against the odds. The Must Farm wheel is more than the sum of its planks and hub. It is a reminder of the creativity of people long gone, their ability to shape their environment and adapt technologies to their needs. It challenges assumptions, enriches understanding, and deepens our sense of continuity. From carts to cars, the circle of the wheel has rolled through history, and the Must Farm example is one of its earliest turns in Britain. What makes the wheel so compelling is its ordinariness as much as its rarity. It was once a tool, part of daily work, not an object of prestige or ritual. Its survival elevates the ordinary into the extraordinary, showing us how much is hidden in the routines of life. The Bronze Age world becomes tangible not through gold or monuments, but through wood shaped into a circle, practical and profound. The wheel's endurance is testament not only to its makers, but to the archaeological record itself. Preserved in mud, it carried its story across millennia. Its circle still turns, not in motion, but in meaning, rolling through our understanding and reshaping our view of the past. It invites us to imagine the tracks it once traveled, the loads it once bore, the people who once built and used it. It asks us to see continuity, resilience, and ingenuity across the span of time. The story of the Must Farm wheel does not end with its discovery. It continues in every visitor who sees it, every scholar who studies it, every person who imagines the cart to which it once belonged. Its circle remains unbroken, a bridge between ages, a reminder that even in the Bronze Age, people were already mastering the technologies that continue to carry us forward. In the earth of Britain's earliest monuments, archaeologists have uncovered an unusual class of tools. Picks made from the antlers of red deer, carefully shaped yet curiously free of the wear one would expect from heavy use. They lay within long barrows, the great earthen tombs of the Neolithic, often alongside human remains. Their presence raises questions that go far beyond technology. Were these antler picks meant for digging, or were they never intended to touch soil at all? The tools appear to belong as much to the world of symbol and ritual as to that of labor. Long barrows are among the earliest monumental constructions in Britain, built around 3,800 years before the Common Era and continuing for centuries. They consist of elongated mounds of earth or stone, sometimes over 100 meters long, covering chambers or ditches where human remains were placed. Their construction required immense effort, moving tons of material with simple tools. It would be natural to assume that antler picks found within them were the instruments of that labor. Yet the condition of many examples contradicts this assumption. Their tines remain sharp, their surfaces unscarred, their points unworn. They seem almost unused. This paradox is at the heart of the mystery. Why would tools suitable for digging lie pristine within tombs? One possibility is that they were made specifically for burial, never intended for work. In that case, their function was symbolic, representing the act of construction rather than performing it. They may have been offerings placed with the dead as tokens of the labor that built the barrow, or as emblems of connection to animals and landscapes. The choice of material is itself significant. Red deer were powerful animals in Neolithic Britain, large and difficult to hunt. Their antlers were renewable, shed each year, but acquiring them still required knowledge of herds and landscapes. Antlers were tough, resilient, and well suited for shaping into picks. Yet their association with the animal carried weight beyond practicality. Deer were sources of food, hide, and bone, but they also appeared in myths and rituals across many cultures. To hold an antler pick was to hold part of a great beast, a fragment of wild strength transformed by human hands. The context of discovery matters deeply. Antler picks were often found in the ditches surrounding long barrows, buried alongside deposits of bones, pottery, and other offerings. These ditches were not merely construction features, but ritual spaces, places where deposits marked stages of ceremony. The picks placed within them may have been left intentionally, offerings to the dead or to deities connected with earth and sky. Their lack of wear may not be a puzzle at all, but a clue. They were never meant to dig earth, but to symbolize the act of digging, the transformation of land into monument. Comparisons with other Neolithic sites reinforce this interpretation. At causewayed enclosures, circular earthworks used for gatherings and rituals, antler picks are also found, sometimes deposited in ditches alongside human and animal remains. At Stonehenge, antler picks were used to dig the great ditch that surrounds the monument, yet many of those discovered show little wear. Across Neolithic Britain, the antler pick emerges not only as a tool of labor, but as a ritual object, bridging practical and symbolic worlds. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated the effectiveness of antler picks. Replicas have been used to dig ditches and barrow foundations, proving that the tools could indeed function well. They cut through chalk and soil with surprising efficiency, their resilience adequate for repeated blows. Yet this only heightens the puzzle. If the tools worked, why are so many pristine? The answer may be that communities distinguished between picks for use and picks for ritual. Some were wielded in construction, others made only to be deposited, their symbolic purity more important than practical wear. The placement of antler picks within burial contexts also raises questions of meaning. Were they given to the dead as equipment for an afterlife? Were they symbols of the labor of the living, offered in recognition of the effort required to build the tomb? Or did they embody the strength of deer, channeling the animal's power into the monument? The absence of clear answers allows the mystery to linger, but the very ambiguity enriches our understanding of Neolithic thought. The scale of long barrows underscores the importance of such symbolism. To raise a mound 100 meters long and several meters high required coordinated labor by dozens, perhaps hundreds, of people. The construction itself was a communal act, binding groups together. To deposit pristine tools within the monument may have been a way of sanctifying the work, ensuring that the instruments of transformation were themselves transformed into sacred offerings. Antler picks also illustrate the interplay between nature and culture. They began as organic growths on living deer, symbols of wildness and regeneration. Shed naturally, they were collected and reshaped, turned into instruments of human intention. Placed within monuments, they completed a cycle, returning to the earth as part of ritual. This movement, from deer to tool to offering, embodied the relationship between people, animals, and land in Neolithic Britain. The wider cultural context supports this interpretation. Across Europe, antlers and horns appear in ritual contexts, from Mesolithic shamans wearing antler headdresses to Bronze Age burials with horned helmets. The symbolism of antlers as markers of strength, fertility, and renewal was widespread. The antler picks of long barrows fit into this tradition, objects that carried meaning as well as function. In museums today, these tools can appear unremarkable, pieces of antler shaped into crude picks. Yet their story is profound. They are not simply remnants of labor, but windows into the symbolic world of the Neolithic. To stand before one is to confront the question of meaning. Was this tool ever used? If not, what did it mean to those who shaped it? The answers lie not in the tool alone, but in the mounds and ditches where it was placed, in the human bones and offerings that accompanied it, in the rituals that turned landscape into monument. The antler picks also highlight the role of community in Neolithic life. Long barrows were not built for individuals alone, but for groups, often housing collective remains. They were monuments of ancestry, identity, and continuity. The deposition of antler picks within them reinforced this communal identity, symbols of shared labor and shared belief. They remind us that tools can be more than implements of work. They can be emblems of cooperation and meaning. The pristine condition of many picks invites us to think about time. Perhaps they were made quickly, specifically for a single ritual, their newness part of their power. Perhaps their lack of wear was intentional, preserving their purity for the offering. Time shaped them differently than it shapes tools of work. They were bound to ritual time, moments of ceremony, rather than the rhythms of daily labor. From a technological perspective, the antler picks demonstrate ingenuity. Antler is strong, flexible, and renewable, ideal for shaping into tools. The choice of red deer antler reflects practical knowledge of materials. Yet the leap from material to meaning transforms them from implements into symbols. They are reminders that technology in prehistory was never purely utilitarian. It was always bound up with culture, belief, and ritual. In the broader sweep of history, antler picks occupy a transitional moment. They belong to the Neolithic, when farming, settlement, and monument building reshaped human life. They precede the introduction of metal, when stone, bone, and antler were the primary materials. Yet they already anticipate the dual nature of tools as both practical and symbolic, a duality that persists into later ages. The antler picks of long barrows challenge us to rethink the meaning of tools. They show that even the simplest objects can carry layered significance. They remind us that prehistory was not only about survival, but about meaning, ceremony, and belief. In their untouched points and unscarred surfaces, they hold mysteries that resist simple answers, inviting us to reflect on the complexity of Neolithic life. What lingers most is their ambiguity. Were they tools or symbols, implements or offerings? Perhaps they were both, embodying a world where work and ritual were inseparable, where digging earth and honoring the dead were part of the same act. In their ambiguity lies their power, an enduring reminder that meaning is not always clear, and that the past holds mysteries we may never fully resolve. The antler picks of long barrows remain among the most intriguing artifacts of Neolithic Britain. They bridge the gap between labor and ritual, between deer and human, between earth and monument. They challenge assumptions, enrich understanding, and inspire reflection. In their untouched surfaces lies the possibility that tools can be more than tools, that work can be more than work, that monuments can embody not only stone and soil but meaning and mystery. Their story leaves us with a sense of depth and continuity. They are small, fragile objects, yet they speak of great mounds, of communities gathered, of rituals performed under ancient skies. They remind us that the past is never only about what was done, but also about what was meant, about symbols as much as stones. In their presence we sense not just labor, but belief, not just tools, but ideas. Each artifact we've explored reminds us that history is not fixed on a page, but alive in the objects left behind. Every carved surface, every tool, every fragment holds questions that stretch far beyond its time. What do you think these discoveries reveal about the people who made and used them? Do they change the way you imagine the past? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. If you've enjoyed this journey through jaw-dropping artifacts and the mysteries they carry, make sure to subscribe so you never miss the next chapter. There are always more discoveries waiting to be uncovered, more puzzles to unravel, and more stories to bring into the light. Until then, thank you for being part of this exploration, and I look forward to continuing it with you.